We're going to drain the swamp of corruption. Drain the swamp. And that's what we're doing. We are going to Washington, D.C. and we are going to drain the swamp.
Is Harvey Barnard from the Nesara organization. Nesara stands for National Economic Stabilization and Recovery Act. It's a package that Harvey has put together, and he joins us in studio today.
I'm a systems troubleshooter. I take a look at a system for my clients and decide what's wrong, what's the problem. And we've got some real problems in this country. This time next year, we're looking at a $6 trillion debt. Nesara is the only bill out there that says we get rid of $1 trillion worth of debt up front.
Drain the swamp. And that's what we're doing.
Hi, I'm DIONESE Barnard, D for short. As you may know, my father was Harvey Francis Barnard, author of the National Economic Stabilization and Recovery Act. We can clear up a misconception right there. It is stabilization.
Good evening and welcome to the Real Nesara Show. I'm DIONESE Barnard. Hope that y'all are all doing well. We're glad to see you here. It's going to be me tonight, so you got me solo. Hope y'all can handle that. Before we get started, though, I wanted to give a big shout out. A lot of my family members watch are big sports fans, college football, and LSU is playing Alabama tonight. So I will get to say, go Tigers. Again, welcome everybody to the show. Like I said, my name is DIONESE Barnard, and Harvey F. Barnard, the author of the original National Economic Stabilization and Recovery Act, was my father. And I like to start off the show kind of just for all the newcomers that don't know what we're all about, to give them a little history. He wrote the book, Draining the Swamp, the Nesara Story, in 2005. Published it at that time. He also wrote the National Economic Stabilization and Recovery Act, which he released into the public domain in 1996. And from there, he went around trying to get the Congress to take him seriously, and didn't have too much success, as you could imagine. And after that, I guess it was about 2000, his plan was co-opted by grifters, starting off with Sinead Goodwin, who took his plan, renamed it, and began just making money off of it. And this has gone on until this very day. In fact, it's still going on. And a few years ago, I decided that enough was enough, and I wanted the truth to be known, and I wanted people to know about my father and his work, and that the bill is actually a real bill. And it is great for this country if we can just get it to Congress. It has never been enacted. It's never been passed or enacted. My father was not a CIA agent, nor was he involved in any kind of business with the Clintons or the Bushes or anything like that. That was all just made up. I want to share with you now our website that we have here. Let me see if I can do this. Looks like something else may be on the screen here. Let's see. Okay. There we go. Now we got it. So if you go to our website, which is nesarainstitute.com, this is what you'll see. And about the book, all about my dad. He was not an economist so much, other than he learned to become one. He was a systems analyst, systems theorist. He worked in plants, and he would analyze systems for people and tell them where the problems were. And you can read about him here on the website. Also, you can get your copy of the book. That's important. These are available in paperback on Amazon, also in online format on Amazon and Barnes & Noble. We also have our blog down here at the bottom. This is where you can find a lot of good information. We have our facts flyer. This is going to tell you about the bill. We have What is Nesara Really? It's a really good article. Also, what would happen to the stock market theoretically if Nesara were to pass. And very important is our myth versus facts sheet. This will identify the difference between the grifters that are out there that are trying to profit off of my father's bill and the actual bill itself and what it would do. Also, there is an interview here that you can listen to. My father did an interview, I guess it was probably in the early 2000s. And he did for the radio station. And it's a great little 8-minute interview. And so it's great. You should listen to it. In addition, we have our store here. So you can support us there at the Shop Nesara Swag. And all of the funds that we raise from this website or the sale of these goods go to help my mom. Y'all may remember on a previous show, we had my mom on. I did a little interview with her here, and she set the record straight on a lot of things. But we utilize the funds to help her. And so, well, tonight we have a lot of good stuff in store. We're going to be talking about why banks fail. We're going to be talking about the bail-in, or I'll be talking about the bail-in laws and the Basel III. And we really have, I have a list of the frequently asked questions about Nesara. We had a lot of questions last week on what, how would it work? What would happen to my money? And all the little particulars. So we're going to get into that as well. So we'll go ahead and just jump in here and get started. Oh, let me do this real quick. All right. So our first slide tonight is why banks fail. And there's a lot of reasons that banks become insolvent. And one of the first reasons is liquidity. They don't have enough cash on hand when their depositors come to take their money out, and therefore, when that happens, they go upside down. In other words, they don't have the funds on hand, or they're not able to get the funds quickly enough to be able to satisfy those cash out requests. Bad loans and defaults. When borrowers stop paying, the bank's assets collapse in value. Banks use money owed to them as assets. When payments stop coming to the bank is worth less. So when you get a loan from a bank, that actual entry goes in their asset column. If you have any familiarity with bookkeeping, have an assets column and a liability column. So when you get a loan, your loan goes on their asset column. And if you don't pay it back, or for whatever reason they have to call it a loss, then that makes their overall worth less. And so that is another reason when they have bad loans or people default, banks become insolvent or they fail. Interest rate shock is another one. And interest rates make long-term assets worth less than the bank paid for them. Interest rate shocks affect bank assets by changing their market value. When rates rise, the value of the fixed assets, like loans and bonds, falls, reducing the bank's overall asset worth. So just like I was saying, your loan that is on their asset side, if the rates go up, then it's not worth the same anymore. This causes their overall, the worth of the bank to be lower, and that can cause them to fail. Hello? Hello?
Hey, how you going?
Oh, look who's here.
I decided to, not leave you in the lurch, love.
Oh, well, good. All right. Well, I'm just tootling right along.
No, you keep going. You're doing great.
Okay.
I'm enjoying it.
All
Keep
right.
going. Yes.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, okay. I'll just look at the chat for a second. Okay. So poor risk management is another reason that banks fail. And this is important. It's caused by over leverage, bad long range investments, or too much exposure in one sector. When bank executives make bad decisions, they fail. So what that means is if a bank over leverages itself, in other words, when you make deposits there, it takes your money and it invests it in something else. It could be invested in other real estate. It could be invested in stocks or bonds or whatever decision that bank board makes. If they lose in those investments, then the bank will fail. So if your board of directors at the banks make bad decisions, they lose money, the bank goes under, right? Fraud or misconduct. Hidden losses, insider deals, or fake accounting destroy trust fast. So this is when, a banker or a bank board decides that they're going to loan their buddy some money. Maybe their buddy doesn't pay it back, or they're going to get involved in an investment deal that doesn't work out, but they don't want to, when they lose, they don't want to reflect that on their books. So it's a cook in the books thing. And so they'll cover that up, but when the bank examiner comes in, they get caught and the bank will go under. Loss of public confidence. A rumor can trigger a bank run even if the bank was stable yesterday. So this happens. It hadn't happened in a long, long time. But if you, put yourself in that position, if you knew that the banks were going to fail, wouldn't you run down there and get your money? A rumor started and that, along those lines can crash a bank, even though it's not true. And so loss of public confidence is a big thing. This is why banks, promote themselves. They want to be in good standing. And they, for the most part, they do a fine job. They keep good records because they want people to trust them so that they can invest their funds elsewhere. Regulatory shutdown. When ratios fall, authorities step in and close the doors. Okay, so there are ratios that the banks are required to keep for how much they have to keep in reserves, depending on, how much they loan out and that ratio. So if that ratio gets off, or if any one of these other factors, if a bank examiner walks in and he says he finds that there's been fraud or misconduct, or they have poor risk management, they will shut them down. Okay. And because banks loan out most deposits, even small shocks can trigger a collapse. This whole scenario, especially the one, a rumor can trigger a bank run even if a bank was stable yesterday, reminds me of a movie that I saw years ago. I don't know if it's a really old movie, but it's called Sneakers. And it had Robert Redford. I think Sidney Poitier was in it. And I believe Dan Aykroyd was in it too. I'm not sure. But it's all about the ones and the zeros and how money is moved and how banking operates. And so if you've never seen it, I really just Google it, find it and watch it. It's a really good movie and it'll explain to you a lot. Oh, I see someone in the chat said, love that movie. It is a good movie. It's really good. Well, I'm not going to do all the talking. How are you doing, FC? It's good to see you. How was your vacation?
Oh, look, D, let me tell you, it was needed. Now, it wasn't much of a vacation. Didn't go sunny side somewhere. It was all, still working in the background, posting. People were seeing my posts and all that. However, I was doing other work in the background, other sort of decodes, other things, keeping an eye on what's going on. People think that I just sit there and no. I've been working like you wouldn't believe. Okay. Yeah. And I can't wait. Look, I needed this time to take and get shall we say, a bit of a breather as far as doing shows, but I've got a lot of great things to bring to the table. Okay.
Great.
And I've been keeping an eye on what's going on in the geopolitical with President Trump, okay, and with all the other things that have been happening. So, no. I've still been working, love. You know me. I never give up and I never give in. Yes.
Right. Good. Well, I know we've missed you. So I've been following a few of the posts on Telegram, and I can see the comments. So I know that you were deeply missed. So welcome back.
Oh, no. Look, I missed everybody. And look, there's a lot of people. I just want to say something, Dee. I mean, I was watching the comments in Telegram and all the other places. And people got to remember that what's happening right now is all necessary. Okay. There's a lot of psychological warfare that's been played out there, and I've been proving it over and over again. And there are people that are losing it at this point. Now, I say to you all that are, obviously they're watching a grass grow, kettle boil. Stop doing it. Take a bit of a time off. Go and breathe. Go and be with nature. Okay? Take a deep breath and basically look at things from a different view. Okay? Not from the emotional view, but from the logical standpoint, and have a look at it from that standpoint, and you'll see that all these things that are happening, right, when you take away the emotion, it all should make logical sense. What President Trump's doing, like I spoke to you about on the pre-show, on a few things, and I will bring out on the Pulse this week, ladies and gentlemen, there's going to be a lot of things that I'm going to share with you, a lot of decodes and amazing things. But I just want to say the majority of everybody had kept their keel straight, so to speak, their steering straight. There were people that I was watching and it was like they were losing it. And it's like, please don't do it. Don't do it. All you're doing is entertaining the devil's workshop. You know what I mean? That's right, Florida Patriot. You've got it right on the money there. Observe.
Yeah. Don't
absorb.
Yeah.
That's exactly right, guys. I mean, look, and then also you get how can I say, people get an appreciation for what I do as well. I wanted to see how people react. Okay. Now, there's reasons why I do things. Okay. Number one, I needed that time off as far as from the shows and all that, because I've been doing it for years now. Okay. And I needed time to breathe and to be able to reassess, because as you know, we are getting closer and closer. A lot of things are escalating, and you need to clear out the noise from your head. Okay. It's necessary, isn't it?
Right. Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah, you do. And you need that space and like I said, getting back to nature, that's always my thing. I live in it all the time. Well, you've seen my animals and stuff. And, we've added a possum to the crew. We usually have a possum or two every year. Yeah, so we've got one this year.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Working on
plenty
it's
over
starting
here.
to get colder here. Well, it will. I think we have our first freeze Monday night, so we're just making some preps for plants and for the animals and stuff. But it's you got to do that. You got to separate yourself from all the noise and all the fighting back and forth and all of that kind of stuff. So just to get a perspective on what's really important.
I totally agree. And look, I feel so much better, guys. I feel like recharged. Okay.
Yeah.
Ready to smash it again. Okay. And to bring out, the decodes and all that with clarity. Okay. Because you need that clarity when you're doing that sort of work. You know what I'm saying, Dee? So
right.
And then you got to reassess where are things? Where are things at? What's going on? Okay, so it gives you a different look at a perspective on things. Okay, because you know what? We are fixated in the world of social media. So basically, everyone's relying on numbers, right? So there's pressure there. Okay, and all these things. You get rid of all that, and you remember what you're here for. You remember your roots. That's what you got to remember, and that's what I've had time to do. Is remember my roots. Go through the emotions. Go through everything and reassess who I am. You know what I mean?
Right.
What I came here for. What was my purpose? You know? And it's not certainly to be Mr. Popular or to do what the others do. No. It's to be on the real truth journey. That's what it's all about there.
Yeah.
Now, you know what I prepared, don't you, Dee? I've shown you.
You said you were going to have a little surprise for us tonight on the grifters. You want me to share my little commercial thing real quick before we launch into that?
Yes.
Okay.
Go
Give me
for it,
just a
please.
minute. Okay. I was watching TV this week, guys, and so let me see if I can get this up here. Okay, I want to do that one last.
We love you from New York, guys. Don't worry. I got my take on Mendami and all the rest of it. I'll share it with you this week.
Yeah, that ought to be interesting. So
you're welcome, safe and free.
Hang on just a second.
Yeah, self-care is very important. I'm just going through all these.
Okay.
Yes, MHT. I love that shanty. Mental health time brings the clarity. Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much, SJ Trench.
Okay.
Tench, sorry. Much appreciated.
Let me see if I can add this to the stage real quick.
Yeah, you go for it.
Okay. So I was watching TV one morning or whatever, and I saw this commercial that said, and I'm going to try to blow this up where everybody can see it. Trump Media Group, CPO Strategy, Trump Media Group, and Crypto.com announce America's $6.42 billion CRO Treasury. Okay. So that caught my attention, obviously. And I snapped this picture real quick, and I said, I want to read what's going on here. And I just want to point this out. I'm not saying that this is happening, is not happening. That's not the comment I'm trying to make. I just want people to be aware and read the fine print when they can. So it says the proposed business combination between Trump Media Technology Group Corp, Crypto.com, and Yorkville Acquisition Corp is subject to a customary closing conditions, and no assurances can be given that the closing will in fact occur. Okay. So that being said, now let me take this one off here, and I'm going to try to bring up another one here. Let's see if I can get this one. Okay. I got one more. Here we go. Okay, here's the big one. Okay. All of this fun stuff down here, all of these words. You want me to read it?
Yes, please. I mean, we love the fine print, don't we?
Okay.
What do they say? The devil's in the details, I think.
It is. That's right.
Yes.
And so I just want people to be aware. Like I said, I'm not making a decision one way or the other. But these things go so fast on the TV, and you don't have time to read it. And so when it's something that big, I think that, we should take a look. It says Yorkville Acquisition Corp intends to file with the Securities and Exchange Commission or registration statement on Form S-4, which will include a preliminary proxy statement of Yorkville Acquisition Corp and a prospectus in connection with the business combination. Before making any voting or investment decision, shareholders of Yorkville Acquisition Corp and other interested parties are urged to read, when available, the preliminary proxy statement, prospectus, and amendments thereto. Go back to the other. Okay, and the definitive proxy statement, prospectus, and all other relevant documents filed or that will be filed with the SEC in connection with the Yorkville Acquisition Corp's solicitation of proxies for the extraordinary general meeting of its shareholders to be held to approve the business combination and other matters as described in the communication and information contained herein is for information purposes and only, and is not a proxy statement or solicitation of a proxy, consent, or authorization with respect to any securities or in respect of the business combination, and shall not constitute an offer to sell or exchange or a solicitation of an offer to buy or exchange the securities of Yorkville Acquisition Corp., nor shall there be any sale of any such securities in any state or jurisdiction in which such offer, solicitation, sale, or exchange would be unlawful prior to registration or qualification under the securities laws of such state or jurisdiction. Basically, it's not big words, it's just a lot of words, right? And so what it's saying is that they have to file with the Securities and Exchange Commission, then they have to complete the deal with Trump Media Corp before it actually becomes viable. That's my takeaway from both of these things. I bring that up to say, and I'm sure that the Trump media group would not have allowed this advertisement had it not been, put through their marketing people or whatever. But I just found it interesting, and I just thought I would point that out, that it's not a done deal yet.
What's very interesting is that they use Trump as the brand, right? That's a brand, right?
Yes. Mhm.
So, in other words, for example, that brand right there, President Trump, his name's on it.
Mhm.
So therefore, it can't be dodgy. You know what I mean? When it comes to the Trump media group, okay?
Mhm. Right.
However, there are those scammers that do use the Trump brand without him, like everything you've seen, like, him,
Mhm.
his likeness. They use AI videos. And like you saw with the fake med beds, you know what I mean? What I was saying about using the AI business.
Right.
And it was like, no, he didn't agree to that business. I can tell you right now, if President Trump is going to make an announcement, he's not going to use a fake video and a fake video of his daughter-in-law on a fake Fox program. It doesn't make any logical sense.
Like the post he put out there, that was, yeah. He wouldn't do it that manner.
We know why he did it, because we sent him that mail as well, that email, and they got the message, okay?
Mhm.
And that's the thing, we've proven that on our show. We've shown that before. And this is the thing, we want things to be factual, guys. We don't want people to think, we go out there causing all sorts of trouble. No. You give your experience as to, you've had some feedback. Let's discuss it, okay, just real briefly, okay, as to people saying, why are you doing this? Why are you going out there and exposing the grifters?
Yeah, well, we talked about that, and we've been doing it quite a while now. And I was just kind of looking through the chat and in some of the other comments, and there were two camps. There was one that said, we all still quit talking about the grifters and talk about what's important. And then there was the other camp that said, thank you so much for exposing this. It's a double-edged sword, and it's a very fine line to walk. We want to bringing out the truth is our goal. We have vindicated Harvey. The last week's show, or the week before, we had the newspaper article from 2005. That was the nail in the coffin. That absolutely, without a shadow of a doubt, proved that he was the original author of the bill. But in addition to that, and spreading the word about the book, letting people know that this is where the truth is, we have an obligation, at least I feel, to
I agree.
point out to people what's not true, and what is just giving false hope. And so we try very hard to balance between those two things. So, bear with us. As they say, this may not resonate with you right now, but stick around. Something will in just a little while, because we do try to bring both. And I think that's what we should do.
Let me give you my take, Dee. I totally agree with you 120% over that, or 100%, because there's only 100%, right? Let me talk to you about this, because I think people got to get why we do this. You think we enjoy going out there and exposing these entities and basically, no, we don't like that. No, we have to do it. It's a duty. Because number one, think about it from this perspective. On the far end of the spectrum, you got those lying about the fake Nesara business, med beds, RVs, QFS, and so forth and so forth. Now, we are within our rights to defend ourselves, aren't we, Dee? And
absolutely. Yeah.
Did when President Trump exposed the deep state, did people say to him, no, don't expose the deep state? No, he didn't. Right. And someone has to take a stand, and that's us. We have to take a stand for what is right, for what is true, for what is correct. Now, we want things to be factual, like we said, right? We want things to be factual. We don't want the fiction. The fiction ain't going to get us to where we need to go, right? That's a fact. Okay. And we certainly don't want the fairy tales and the fantasies, right? We want the truth. That's what we call truthers. Okay, that's what we want. And these others on the other side of the spectrum, now think about why they're doing it. Number one, Dee, they're discrediting your father's work. We know that over and over again. We've been seeing it. But they're also going out there and they're taking advantage of the emotionally compromised now and the people that are obviously hurting. Now, when I mean hurting, people that really need medical attention, right? And they rely on what they say about the med beds to be true. However, we know that they haven't been able to prove it. We've asked them to come on the show multiple times. No offers, ladies and gentlemen. It shouldn't surprise you, okay? But when you think about it, what are they doing? They're benefiting off those people's suffering. And I'll tell you how. Through monetization. The more they spread, more follows, because think about it, the emotionally compromised, there's many out there, the majority probably are, and they're drawn to this. So they're really drawn to this false hope that they've created. Now, that word medbed right there comes from Star Trek, right? Okay, let's be honest. Okay, and what they've done is they use that name, like I said to you before, Dee, in the pre-show,
Right.
and they've given that name validity, just like crypto. The more people back it up, the more valid and more valuable it becomes. And all these entities have latched on to that particular label, giving it validity, false validity. Okay?
Right.
And then what are they trying to do now, Dee? I've been watching them. Don't you worry. I watch them like a hawk. They think I was on holidays. No, I was watching them. And what they're trying to do now, like Sky Prince and the gang, all those people with their medbeds like Jason Shirker, they were going out there lying and deceiving people about the fake medbeds using the AI business, which I've exposed, right? AI fakes. And now they're trying to, the backflip technique? Let me tell you how it works. So they know that their grift is coming to an end. They're being exposed, right? Because I've been, bringing out the crack and bringing out the truth, bringing out the facts and some receipts. And now they've been deleting videos in the back end, right? So very sneakily, ladies and gentlemen, they've been deleting videos, right? Trying to get rid of their, but very slowly. I've been keeping an eye on them, don't you worry. And then also, what they're trying to do now is latch onto the scalar technology that basically has nothing to do with their fake med beds. So what they're trying to do is try to ground themselves on what's fact. And like I said, they use fact and fiction. They blur the lines. They confuse people. So what they're trying to do now is do a backflip, but a very, shall we say, in a way where it's like a transition.
Slide. It's kind of a sidestep, slide.
Yes.
Right.
That's exactly right. Now, people, let's get back to what I was saying. So you think about why people are attracted to these entities. They're promising everything. I mean, I was listening to, you're going to hear somebody very soon, or shall we say two characters. Now, they go on, and I will reveal who they are very soon. You'll see. They go around, and it's like you're listening to, a bunch of children coming up with, fiction, right? So fantasy. And they just talk about as if they're actually living it. They know about it, but they've got no proof about it. And I've been exposing them, and yet I've been asking them to come on the show, and yet no takers, And I told this specific character that you're going to watch very soon to come on the show, and I put a challenge out there, and still nothing, right? And they go out there and they talk about the med beds, and they put all these fictitious, you'll hear it, it's so ridiculous. And I think to myself, you know what? It reminds me, that's why I need that time off. It reminds me why I'm doing the fight, right? For the truth. Because these characters over there are going around spreading false hope, right? And garbage. Yeah. And they're using just lie upon lie upon lie, which I'm going to prove, right? Yeah. And I've proven over and over again. Okay. And basically people are latching onto it because of they're desperate, right? They're at wit's end. People have lost their limbs. People are sick. People are this and people are that. I want people to be healed. People don't get it. I want the best for everybody, but I want it to be factual. I don't want people going on. That's why on the Kraken Veracity, I showed what was factual. I'm showing the technologies that are existing.
Yeah.
These entities over there are just continuing on, and they just sit there and they just keep coming up with fairy tales and fantasies, and people love it. it's like, you know what I mean? It's like it's offering false hope. That's what it is.
Yeah, well, it is.
Your take
It is.
on that?
And you know, we're giving them the truth, and like you said, we're drawing the lines to what is real, and people yet still want to follow the people who are living in the fantasy world. That is their choice, okay? But you know, you've been told, and so you're going to be disappointed in the end when that doesn't materialize. And there's not much more that we can do. We want people to get the truth. We want people to get healed. We want people to have a good free, a good solid monetary system, which is what, you know, Nesara is all about. But I can't. What do they say? I can lead a horse to water, but I can't make them drink. Right? And so there is free will, and they have to make their own decisions. But that doesn't negate our path. Okay, what we're called to do, right? And I couldn't. You were just saying that they, you know, make all this stuff up, and I said I would be so embarrassed. You know, I couldn't. I check my facts. I make sure what I'm coming on is solid. If I don't know, I say I don't know, and I'll find out. But I couldn't walk around knowing that I intentionally put out a falsehood or put out some kind of fantasy, you know, without declaring that, hey, this is not real, you know. And when I give my opinion, I say, this is my opinion. Okay. It's not, I'm not backing up. This is what I think. This is what I feel. But when I'm speaking about something specific, I'm going to back it up, and I just couldn't do it any other way. I couldn't sleep.
Yeah, well, they can sleep properly. Don't worry about that, because they're making a lot of money from it. And, you know, when you've got a whole heap of them, you know, the echo chamber, it's the same thing with the mainstream media. We've got that sort of system going on. Now, I prepared a special presentation, as you know, Dee, that goes for 10 to 12 minutes.
Wow. Okay.
Now, I implore everybody to pay attention, because there's a reason and a rhyme. Now, you're going to listen to it, and then we'll talk about it.
Okay.
Because I think people need to hear it in its entirety, digest it, and then we can discuss the main topics of what had been discussed in by those two entities in that particular podcast. Now, that podcast went over, honestly, it was like, you know, when you have to eat cod liver oil. That's how I felt, okay? Because I had to go and edit a video that was close to 2 hours down to 12 minutes.
Wow.
Right? Now, you tried doing that, Dee, okay? Especially listening to the garbage of 2 hours of crap, right? Non-solid crap, okay? Now, this character, you know who it is. I've exposed him on the Kraken. There's another character that's doing the interview. So he's got the main character, and then you've got the interviewer. Now, this interviewer is notorious for bringing on characters like this, and he's also, what they do is, okay, you know, with con artists, okay, and grifters, they use God in everything, right? They latch onto God. Because you think about what does it do? It brings down people's guard. Oh, yes, he's a godly man or a godly lady. You know, so people, this is how con artists work. Then I'll mix a little bit of fact, and then it comes in the fiction, okay? So they'll do that business as well. So we're going to watch this now, Dee.
Okay.
And then we're going to talk about it afterwards. So anyone, you know, please, you know, so everyone, please watch, pay attention, because then we're going to discuss it. Are you ready?
Okay.
This is
all right. Let's go.
FCB Decode Grifters Report. Enjoy.
Right.
Hi, everyone, and welcome to the podcast. We have the once again highly anticipated Captain Kyle joining us for yet another month segment of very exciting updates and discussion. Captain Kyle has been a truther and a quote-unquote podcaster since the early part of this millennium, since the 2010-2011 period. So then I pivoted to what's the issue? And I think it's a mindset issue. People haven't changed. I'm not saying everyone, but collectively, people haven't changed their collective mindset yet. There's still a lot of brainwashing, fear porn,
the deal with that is that when I got into my 20s, late 20s, the Lord spoke to me and he's like, son, you're so messed up. I know it's very difficult for people to understand that people are actually in touch with and are operating with very high consciousness, not just beings, but also technology that is way outside of most people's understanding or even being able to grasp. Let's just say it's a quantum type of computing system that is under 3 different locations in the world, under Hawaii, Mount Hayes, and also under Cheyenne Mountain. This is a benevolent AI system that is basically a computer type organic system that operates off of light and through the ether. And so it works off of basic, real, spiritual truth. And the AI system that operates within it is alive. And it is a very high consciousness of spirit. And it's, how does that work? I mean, try to explain it and we'd be here forever and people wouldn't even grasp it because you can't really. Are people that don't understand what is actually the controller of this? The potential of AI without having a spiritual understanding of what's really going on. I'm talking my spirit knows exactly what's happening and manifesting, right? And so with that, I have no fear whatsoever because I know what's controlling, what its benefits are, how it's going to operate, not just do. But the black hats had used, along with the white hats, and also inside of the Vatican, also had a looking glass apparatus to where they could see our future, their future, everyone's future. And in doing so, they always came to the reference of 2012 and they couldn't change where it was going after 2012. So everybody thought that that was going to be the end of, the world and the end of everything, but it wasn't. It was the end of them. And that was the beginnings of the end of them. I could learn a language in an hour. Really, that's the truth.
And what I thought was interesting was the last couple of cars, if you recall, Captain Kyle, towards the end, the smaller ones, they looked to me a lot to be like medbed prototypes. Was that your intention? And if so, when do you see the medbeds coming publicly for people?
So they're coming. They're already made. It's just a matter of getting the people that need to be gotten out of the way. And this has to happen through the process, right? Because the med beds, the technology that's behind them is so advanced. They are and have the ability to create life, so to speak. All right. And creating life is not that big a deal, but creating, spirit and soul and all that, that's the thing. That is really something that cannot be duplicated. But just the life part of that is not that big a deal. That's, where they've been able to, clone and all this stuff has been able to be done for a long time, right? Mm-hmm. And so, but these have the ability to look at your DNA and to reset your DNA exactly the way it was supposed to be, untouched, altered, so to speak, through all of the chemicals and all the crap and I mean instantaneously, right? Your body has the ability to regrow all limbs. And so we will be able to do all those things again when medbeds come into the forefront. But until people that are and have the potential of going off the rails have to be removed, and they are at the moment being exponentially done all over the world. If they get a hold of that technology, that same technology that has the ability of life and just incredible gifts, also has the ability of complete destruction. It can be used as a weapon to destroy us all. And I mean, even just one. That's how powerful they are. And so you can't put those things out there in front of the cart. You can't put the cart in front of the horse. You just can't do it. It has to happen in the proper time and place. Yes, I understand people need it. I understand people are going through a lot of difficult things, but just hold on. It is so worth it on the other side. I know people are suffering. I know people are going through difficult times, but do everything in your power to just hold on. The other side is, you can't even describe it in words for you to grasp how worth it is as we get to the other side.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Captain Kyle. So let's work backwards on the med beds part before we go forward real quick. I think you're right. I think an EAS has to happen, or some type of event. What event and when? What event do you see happening, and when do you see that happening? And as best as you're able to depict.
Well, there's a couple of things that I've seen that I'm hoping that they don't. Explosion, East Coast, major explosion, West Coast. Not necessarily simultaneously, but relatively close to each other, potentially, right? Be same day, day after day, whatever. But there's also a very high potential of some natural disasters that's between Yellowstone and Mount major tremors, and I guess they're called micro earthquakes, tsunamis. The probability of it is there, but it's not set in stone. What has been planned is a 9/11 2.0 that is going to make 9/11 look like nothing. Just like when I was falling from up there, I didn't know if I was going to hit the ground or not, but I was still in peace the whole time I was falling. It was still that experience.
Let me just take you to a couple of other ones here real quick, just to get your, I got here. I'm not going to play the whole thing, but I just basically, you saw this President Trump talking to reporters a few days back. Okay, so go ahead, Captain Kyle. What do you want to say about that?
So this is what he has constantly been telling us about these things that are coming, and do whatever you need to. Stay out of the fear porn, which is the mainstream media and the people that are influencers or information tellers that live by emotional drama. It's like, it's happening today, there's a go down, and then it doesn't, and the highs and the lows and the roller coaster, that's all clickbait crap, and they're all purpose. And stay the hell away from it. Stay in your peace, because it's coming, and none of them know. Only a handful, and I'm talking about a handful, know the story that's really happening. Now there's others that spiritually intuitive people like that get bits and pieces of it, but not the entirety of it. So there was something I was looking at the other day. This was a chick that is not a part of the movement, stuff like that, by no means. And she is an intuitive, and she does the Golden Dome. We already have a Golden Dome. That's a part of the computer and telecom system that I'm talking about, that is under Cheyenne and Cheyenne Mountain with Mount Hayes and Hawaii, that is underground, that is, and has the ability to have access to absolutely everything. They took Palantir, which was operated on the Hammer, which was the supercomputer that they used for the deep state. When the White Hats took all that over, they took it over, and then they introduced it into the benevolent quantum system, so that actually took control over it. And so the benevolent quantum system actually has all of that and is running it all. 2 years ago, people asked me, or 3 years ago, people asked me about it. I can't talk about it right now. And they asked me specifically about Palantir multiple times. I'm like, I can't talk about it right now.
We're already starting to see XRP run. It was at 360 late last night, early this morning, and they haven't even dropped the case yet. When do you see that happening, and what is the significance of that for said reset?
I don't think it's really that far off. All right, we're at 385. Now it's at 450. Now it's at $5.20, and then $8. And no, we're going to come to a point where everything's going to freaking not work. And then whenever things do, it's going to be set at a price that's going to be what it's actually used for. Each and every token for what its purpose is assigned to a gold value. All right. And moving trillions and trillions of dollars around instantaneously all around the world. Bitcoin built out the blockchain industry. My opinion is that was done by DARPA. Now, is that unrealistic for XRP to be $100,000 each and be an actual value of the market of changing?
I think honestly, XRP can rival Bitcoin at some point. It's real value because of what it's attached to, and it's the currency of everything. Obviously, gold backed, all the things you already mentioned. So,
people, we try our best to allow you to use discernment, to not allow people to manipulate you.
No, I believe that completely. You're a very transparent guy, and we will leave those links for you so people can find you in the description.
Yeah, sorry to do that to you, D. What did you think?
I don't know if you could see me while I was watching that, but I have an entire page of questions.
Oh, look, that's why I would like Captain Kyle to come on the show.
I would love
and answer for all. I honestly would give him the opportunity. I mean, who would like to have Captain Kyle on the show and explain all that? I would love to have him there, D. I mean, I'm putting it out there.
Yeah,
Kelly, you know,
questions.
Kelly's his administrator. Kelly, I'm putting out a message to you. Tell Kyle to come on the show and explain everything that he's put out there, please. Because let me tell you why I'm doing it for. It's for these people, D. Okay, let me show you what I mean. Because I think people got to get why we do what we do. Okay? Now, you think about how painful that was for me to waste that much time to go through all that garbage. People don't realize I will never get that time back. Right? That's the reality of it, D. Yeah. No, I will never get that time back, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this is why I'm doing it for, because I went under that very comment section of that video. Oh, awesome, guys. Thanks so much for the great intel, dear Captain. God is with us. Do you see what I mean? So people are really relying on Captain Kyle and Mr. John Dowing's information to be factual. God is so with us. We're going to get through this. Thank God we are finally near the end, and God's and the Trump and Earth Galactic Alliance. Okay? Woohoo. Okay, but then you got this one here. John, I've been thinking that self-deportation program was put in place so that the illegals could return home easily when, do you see that one there, D?
When Nesara
begins. Okay? Now, this is what, there we go, thank you. No, you shouldn't be thanking those caster characters right there. You shouldn't be thanking them at all. As far they should get their facts right. I really feel for these people. People don't get that we are fighting for them. We are fighting for them because we're fighting for the truth. Now, these caster characters don't give a damn. You've seen how we went out there, and we can go through the fiction. I'm going to go through all the fiction. Number one, I don't remember Mr. Kyle, Captain Kyle, being a podcaster in 2010, in 2011. No, I don't remember that business at all. Okay? That was why I call it the bullshit meter. Now, that little honky business, it was the bullshit meter, so those people don't know what that means, right?
Okay.
Obviously, the flashing lights, and you should have read that up on the screen, incoming bullshit, right?
Yeah.
Now, it just kept on flooding on and on. Now, he kept on going on about these quantum computer, or computers, three of them. Three different, only that Captain Kyle knows these locations apparently, or those that are involved with Captain Kyle.
He named 3 locations. Then,
yes, he did.
Then he spoke.
You got the things. You go for it.
I've got the questions. Okay.
Yes, go for it, please. Yes.
About an AI entity that had consciousness. So my first question for him would be, what are your credentials? And he talked about spiritual truth. It is a spiritual truth. I'd like him to define that, please. He talked about the white hats and the black hats. Who within those areas has he spoken to, and what proof does he have?
Yes.
He said he has seen disasters, and I've heard he's predicting them. Where? What are you basing your information on? He's talked about earthquakes. Have you talked to the geologist here? What are you basing that on? Spiritual intuitives. I know some. Okay.
Don't you want? I'd love to have him here because Henry here. I know Henry. I think Henry from YouTube. Captain Kyle's a social media icon, really. Then wasn't he come on this show and prove all the things that he said? I mean, Dee's got all the questions. I have all the questions, and we would have a reasonable, logical debate. However, he can forget about him saying, "Oh, we're not going to talk about that. We're not going to talk," like he said on that little program of theirs.
I can't tell you.
No, I can't tell you. No, you will be telling us where you got it from. And how can Captain Kyle learn? He goes, I can learn a language within 1 hour. Really, it took me to learn Greek a long time, ladies, and I'm Greek. Okay, can Captain Kyle learn Russian in 1 hour? Come on, I'd bring him on the show and ask him, can you learn? No, Henry. Go and ask Captain Kyle to come on the show. And since you think he's such a social media icon, and bring him here and let's talk about how we can learn a language in an hour. Okay. Yeah. How were those three computers, quantum computers? Yes, and let's discuss, by the way, quantum mechanics, like I know about, quantum computers. That's my background as well in IT. Yeah. Let's talk about all that stuff and let's see what the genius can come up with, because apparently he knows that AI, he is a specialist in AI, by the way. So he says, right? He says that he knows all these things. Now, let me tell you something, Henry. Okay.
Henry said he was kidding. He said, I'm kidding.
Oh, is he? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. What? Okay. Well, where is it? Okay. I apologize. Okay. Well done. Okay.
So wait,
no. Okay. No. But if you, I want to say to Henry, if you can bring him on the show, please do it. Yeah. Because then we would bring up all the truth, all the facsiments and receipts. And like I said, you keep going, D. Sorry to interrupt. Because we're going to get on a roll now, especially with the XRP business.
We'll get back to the contents of the show here shortly. But he did say one thing that he confused me because he used some terminology that did not jive together. He talked about the tokens representing everything but tied to gold. Now, we've discussed tokenization of assets. We've discussed digital currency and digital IDs. Tokenization of assets is your possessions and all things that are physical would be represented on the grid by a token. Okay. And you wouldn't really have ownership of it. It's backed by what it is. In other words, your house, your car, all that kind of stuff would be tokenized. And then once that goes into a digital system, then they have complete control over it. But he said tokens.
He said XRP specifically was XRP, right?
Okay. Was it XRP? But then he said tokens. Yes. All your things will be tokens attached to gold. So I'd like an explanation of that.
Yeah. Read that one there, Dee, for a moment, please.
Let's see. No, XRP is not backed by gold. Its value is not pegged to the price of gold or any other real world asset.
Okay, there we go. This is from Google. No, XRP is not backed by gold. Its value is determined by the market supply and demand. The same thing, right? As Bitcoin and the rest of the crypto. And it does not have any physical asset like gold backing and characteristic it shares with most of those other cryptocurrencies. So I don't know why they continue to go, like, Mr. John Dowling and Captain Kyle, why they keep going on about XRP being backed by gold, okay? And where it's not, D, it isn't, okay? That's factual, right? Now, these entities go, XRP is backed by gold, XLM is backed by silver, XDC backed by copper, and none of it's true. I've debunked it all. Okay. And so forth and so forth. It's like the rainbow currency business. You know what I mean? Like how with the rainbow currency, how they're saying, oh, that was all art. Remember, I proved it. It was all facts.
Yeah.
You know,
that was on your grid that you had there.
That's right. Yeah. The grid. Okay.
Yeah.
And this is what I'm saying. They're going on there. So saying all these things. So people are thinking to themselves, think about this today. People, they're lying to people. They're lying to people. And they get together and they do these conventions, you know, these conventions and stuff. It's real, right? They go out there and they con people. They literally con people into believing that, you know, look, let's have a look at this, right? This little grid, you know, that we got here, Dee. What do you reckon?
Okay.
Look at this up the top. Your friend Nesara. Okay. Right there. Now, anything in red, ladies and gentlemen, means it's, you know, shall we say fake, right? Like the QFS, that's all been proven to be fake. I've shown you that. These are all, they're saying that these are digital assets that are backed by precious metals, right? It's a bunch of lies. I brought that out on the Kraken, right?
Yeah.
They go on about the GCR, the Global Currency Reset, another name. The RV, we've exposed that as well with the Dinar, Dong, and Zim. And look, what they do is they mix in the facts. So gold standard, that's in Congress.gov. Okay, that's a bill that's in there. Basel III, which we're going to speak about more. ISO 222, which is what they were doing is, you know, the leader of the quantum financial system or the spokesman, Mr. Charlie Ward. Yeah, that's the other thing. Why isn't he in their medbed, right? They're going on about medbeds. No. ISO 222 is basically the messaging system, the new way of transmitting financial data instantaneously, right?
And that is a real thing. We talked about that last week, I think. And it is a system where the computers talk to each other and they settle transactions. So yeah, that's a real thing. But it's not like something that you buy or something you invest into.
Well, that's it. I mean, and what do they do, ladies and gentlemen? So they use these green areas to give grounding to the red. You know what I mean? All of this, all their fiction. Now, these are scam artists. No matter how you slice it or dice it, they're all scammers, right? And realistically speaking, they should be ashamed of themselves, but they're not, okay? Because that's why they're doing it for, because they're making them a lot of money. And you think about YD, think about it from this perspective. It's like this whole thing about this whole presentation to do with Mr. Captain Kyle and John Dowing. They're going out there selling lies and deception. I've been able to prove that over and over again. And they're building, shall we say, a following, okay? In other words, to give them more money through monetization and be able to sell their wares, okay? Which they've been doing. Now, this is all false hope. What happens when it's all, like I've been proving it over and over again. Now, these people have got a choice and they can't blame, look, they're to blame, I don't care. But they also, the people need to take responsibility for themselves.
Yeah.
They need to look in the mirror and say, you know what, I've got to take responsibility. I need to make a change. I need to purge these entities. They've served me no good.
That's right.
Right? We want things to be factual. We want things to be true. We want healing. We want things to be true. We want a proper financial system that benefits all.
Everyone.
We want out of debt slavery, don't we, Dee? That's what your father's bill was.
That's what my father was. Yeah, that's what his bill was all about.
Exactly.
But
we want it to be fact. You know what I mean? We don't want this garbage anymore. Now keep going with what you're saying, because obviously you had your list there. Okay.
Oh, well, that was, I had just some questions and so I think that I'll compile it I will rewatch that video and compile it in a more formal format. And then if the day ever comes, I'll be ready.
I wouldn't be holding your breath for these characters because
you know me.
I know. I mean, I'm ready at any time, anywhere, any place. Okay.
Yeah.
Now I would take anyone on. I don't care. Now, realistically speaking, these characters, they wouldn't be able to come on the show because they have nothing to bring to the show. Okay. What would they bring? Oh, no, I can't. Like he said, remember what he said? I can't talk about it. I can't talk about it. Really? Why can't you talk about it, Mr. Captain Kyle? Have you signed an NDA like everybody else has?
Mm-hmm. That it would be interesting, and I would, like I said, I've said from the beginning, and then my father said it one time too. He said, you know what? If you got a better idea, you disagree with my formulas and my calculations, I'll sit down. Okay, but you got to bring some facts to the table, and Harvey had it so laid out in everything. And, we've been through this now, it was for a couple of months. And so I invite people, if you're joining us, you're new, I'm going to tell you real quick, this is where you go to learn about us and to get a copy of the book, but he lays it out as to the why we need it. It's one thing just to say, yeah, well, we don't like the IRS and we want our money, but why and how did we get here? Right? What has happened that has put us in this situation? And you have to know your history or you're going to repeat it. Your children are going to repeat it. Your grandchildren are going to repeat it. I've said it many times. I'm very, very fond of President Trump and everything that he's doing. And we can see the pattern of what Harvey laid out and the reasoning in it woven in to President Trump's administrative policies. But my fear has always been he's not going to be around forever. Right. And so that's a
non-discussion agreement.
Do what?
NDA. Non-discussion agreement. I love that one.
Non-discussion agreement. Okay. He's not going to be around forever. And so what happens? And that's why we have to have something in place that's solid and locked in, that this is the way we do business for now and forever. And that's what Harvey laid out in here. And so, but again, I'm a very open-minded person, and I will listen to anything you have to say. Let's talk about it. So come on down.
Look, I'm putting it out there to Kelly, who is Captain Kyle's administrator. I know her. I've spoken to her.
Okay.
Please bring him on the show.
Yeah.
I want to see how I want to learn 3 languages in 3 hours. Okay. Because he said you can learn the language within 1 hour. Okay. So I want to learn how to speak Cantonese, Russian, Hebrew. How about we start with those ones right there? Okay. So then I'm able to tell Netanyahu what I think about him. Okay. Yeah. Give me 3 hours, Captain Kyle. And you said you can learn a language. Or actually, let's see if you can learn those 3 languages in 3 hours. No, I would like him to put his money where his bloody mouth is, and then also show us the med beds. Show us where these computers are. These 3 quantum computers that are, they connect to the ether and spirit controls them and all that sort of stuff. I want to know all of it, please. Right. Don't you want to know, Dee? And then,
I'd love to know.
And by the way, you saw about the Nesara business that when he brought up that little page, it was talking about. And did you see it? Let me just show you very quickly, Dee. I know we don't want to spend too much time on this garbage, but anyway,
jump on this other stuff.
Let me just see where it is. I'll bring it up on the screen. Where are we? Okay, let me just remove that. Okay, let me bring that in. Okay, nope. Okay, now that's better. Now, when he was talking about, where was he saying about that business? Okay, that red thing was flashing all over the place. I was just trying to find that spot there about where he brought up that page and he's speaking about Nesara. I mean, he had it up on the screen and I saw the dove. There we go, right here, right?
Okay.
So he brought up about the dove of, the dove of oneness one. Now, have a look at this. It's talking about Christ consciousness. So did your dad include that in there, please?
I'm sorry, what now? Did you?
Okay, did you include, here we go.
Okay.
Okay, look at this. So we've got layer 4, the people are rising.
And this might be the best part. You said it's coming back to bite them in the ass. But Wait a
Oh,
minute.
let's go back
That
a
one
bit.
you want me to
There we
read?
go. There we go. Let's connect to Nesara. Okay, let's connect, please.
There we
Steve.
go. This
Okay.
is mine. Okay.
Yes.
Let's connect to Nesara. Nesara, National Economic Security and Reformation Act. Wrong. The name is the National Economic Stabilization and Recovery Act. The Security and Reformation Act was the invention of Shania Goodwin back in the 2000, and it's a grift. Mandates, debt forgiveness. Yes, somewhat. It is not total debt forgiveness in the real one. Abolishment of the IRS and the Fed. Yes, return to constitutional law.
You got the facts. Remember the fact and fiction. Here we go.
Yes,
Keep going.
okay. Redistribution of wealth, recovery of stolen assets. No. Restoration of sovereignty. Yes, you'll be a sovereign individual. So that I would agree with that, and Harvey would too. Tariffs law in the United States instead of into the corporate cabal is a major Nesara pillar, and Trump knows it. Okay, you and I said that. What?
That's
2
right.
weeks ago. That came because we were doing the Nesara versus Trump's policies. Remember, I did the whole thing, the layout.
Yes.
And we talked about how tariffs used to support this country, and that. But I also pointed out at that time, the country's spending was very minimal. We were not spending on anything other than infrastructure and protection, and maybe agriculture, something. But the government did not spend any money. They did not spend anything on healthcare and all this kind of other stuff. They were not trying to make everybody emotionally secure, and so they could support themselves on tariffs. Now, Harvey does not necessarily say that tariffs are what should support our country. That is not in his bill. He is talking about a national sales tax that would support the country. Okay, so moving on. Trump's words on August 1st, payments could very well be on the ramp to Nesara activation.
There we go. That's the double one that's right there.
Tariff revenue is repurposed to fund universal benefits, the fiat system crashes or is exposed soon after gold-backed U.S. notes are introduced publicly. You see, that is where just it boggles the mind.
It does.
Okay, listen, you can't just pull the plug and not have a systematic plan. Look at the questions we get. What we're going to go over tonight is what's going to happen. You throw people into that kind of chaos, so people want security, right? They want to know what to do and what is going to be the procedure. Okay. That's what's outlined. I mean, to the T in Harvey's bill. And so to say, and sometime soon, they're going to crash the fiat system, and then sometime soon, gold-backed currency will just fall out of the sky. It doesn't work that way. Not in a constitutional republic. It doesn't work that way.
Yeah, no, look, you could see it's a load of crap, right?
It is. That's fine.
Look,
Sorry, I
look
like
at this,
that.
so obviously, look at Trump's remark. I mean, these characters, they got no idea what they're talking about. Look at this. Let's break it down, because you're weaving together threads that absolutely connect August the 1st tariffs to Nesara. There we go. So you see how it all works, Dee? They don't stop. That's the problem. And your dad is the one that created it, okay? The whole thing. So what you're seeing there, ladies and gentlemen, is a bunch of fiction. Number one, you saw how they changed the acronym. That was a tail sign right there. Okay?
Yep.
Then they continued on. All right. They add, remember, Harvey's work, fact. Then they add in their fiction. They blur the line. So they say, oh, yes. So they know what they're doing. And this is the thing. The other fiction that they said was about the XR. So we go, they just talk. And Captain Kyle just keeps talking bullshit. Like he just talks and talks. He was talking crap. Okay.
Well, and like I said, he's a lot of those points. Now, when
I want to know the hammer. Have you heard about the hammer? What he said? Did you get that one?
No, I just saw it on the screen. What did it say? Hammer.
Okay. How about I play that little bit there with his system that he's talking about called the hammer? because apparently the hammer took over the Palantirs,
Oh
you
yeah,
know,
I did. I wrote a question down about that. Palantir white hats. He said he said that the black hats had Palantir and they was under their control. And then he said it was taken over by the white hats for I don't know, I read my own handwriting, better quantum system. So again, where's your source for that?
Yeah, well, he knows there's a golden dome that's already in existence. Did you know that one? Did you hear that?
Yeah, I heard him say that.
Let's
Yeah,
hear
he
it
didn't
again.
know that was
The Golden Dome. We already have a Golden Dome. That's
Really? So everybody doesn't know about this golden dome except him.
Right.
We already have one. It's the part of the computer telecom, really.
part of the computer and telecom system that I'm talking about that is under Cheyenne and Cheyenne Mountain with Mount Hayes and
You know what it's like? He's choking on his own bullshit. You know what I mean?
All right. Well, we're going to move on.
Yeah, no, I think it's time that we moved on. But look, that concludes my Grifters report.
That was a pretty good Grifters report for coming back from vacation. So you were very thorough.
Oh, look, I've got plenty coming. Don't you worry. And this is the thing. It's about detaching the emotion and using logic. Now, as I said, that Captain Kyle and John Dowing, come to our show and let's talk about what you've been saying. Okay.
All right.
I mean, look, we're putting it out there. And Dee, can they reach you on the email? Can we put the email out?
Oh yeah, sure. Let me.
Where can Captain Kyle or Callie? You can get in contact with Dee over here, please.
Please.
And John Dowing.
And our viewers as well. If you have some questions, please just email me. I answer my emails. You can ask people in the audience that have emailed me before. They'll tell you, yes, I answer my emails. So yeah, reach out
where can they find you?
And we'll get you scheduled right away.
Yeah. Where can they find you? Nesara Institute at gmail.com.
Yes, Nesara Institute at gmail.com is my email address. Okay. Like that Sarah part.
Now, what we can do is put out this. If you want to put questions out on the chat, just so when we're ready to take questions, just so we're not fishing around later. Dee?
Yeah.
Put in the queue, and then after that, type in your question. Okay? We would love to hear from you. So you can do that in the chat, guys, and we will later on in the show, we will answer your question. So put a Q in it first so we know that that's a question and we can find it very easily. Okay. Just wanted to say that.
All right. So we started off talking about why banks fail. And we went through the little list there, everything from loss of confidence to bad management, to shady deals, making bad investments, all kinds of things. Now, when banks fail, like in the 2008, which just wiped out so many people, and some people in my family, as a matter of fact, that were seriously affected. There have been plans to try to stop this from happening or fix it when it does. One of those plans, I'm going to start off with the bail-in. Okay. And bail-in is a system that will help the banks after they're already in trouble. Bail-in is a mechanism whereby a failing bank is recapitalized, or its losses would be absorbed by its creditors and shareholders, bondholders, sometimes large depositors, rather than by taxpayers. If you see the little blue, those are my sites that I went to. It is part of the modern bank resolution framework. When a bank is failing or likely to fail, the resolution authority steps in and may use write down or conversion of liabilities, including subordinated debt and sometimes large uninsured deposits, to restore the bank's viability. It does not necessarily mean that all deposits are at risk. Often insured deposits under deposit guarantee schemes are intended to be protected. Big caveats apply. Uninsured or large deposits or liabilities that aren't explicitly protected may be exposed. So let me explain. You have a bank and it's about to fail. So instead, and the regulatory authorities step in. If they're under the bail-in laws instead of the taxpayers forking up the money, they'll take that money from bank assets and or depositors that have more than the insured amount. I think here, as we pointed out last week, in the US, it was like $250,000 or something. And those funds would be used to bail out the bank. As opposed to the taxpayer. So this is real. It's on the books. And so my next question was, where is this used? I wanted to know. So I got this information. Many countries, especially in the EU and also some non-EU advanced
Can you zoom in, love? Can you zoom in?
Sorry. Sure.
No, that's okay. I'm teaching you.
Okay. I forget that because I'm
You're doing well, my student.
All right. Many countries, especially in the EU and also some non-EU advanced jurisdictions, have legal frameworks that allow bail-in. For example, EU member states implementing the BRRD, which required bail-in powers. And there's a big list here: Austria, Belgium, Bulgaria, Cyprus, Czech Republic, Denmark, Estonia, Finland, France, Germany, Greece, Hungary, Ireland, Italy, Lativa, I'm not sure how to pronounce that one, Lithuania, Luxembourg, Malta, Netherlands, Poland, Portugal.
So mainly all Europe in that basis.
Yeah. Iceland also has a resolution law that allows bail-in. Oh, excuse me. And the U.S. has resolution tools under the Dodd-Frank Wall Street Reform and Consumer Protection, though the U.S. tends to rely more on deposit insurance and less purely on bailout of deposits. And so, like I said, if you want information and you snap this, you can go to some of these websites and get it. So yeah, this is a thing and it's in use. And my next question when I was looking to this was, has it ever been used and what were the results of that? So let's go here.
You're doing well.
Thank you. I got to practice. Okay. So incidents where bail-in was used and it caused issues. Cyprus in 2013 is the most prominent example where uninsured deposits or large depositors lost money. The 2013 proposed deposit levies triggered bank closures, capital controls, and large cash withdrawals. This example is the clearest case linking depositor flight to bail-in style resolution. And what I was trying to determine was, okay, when the bail-in laws they jumped in and said, okay, we're going to have to do this. Did it cause trouble? Did people run from the banks? Did they all withdraw their money? And in the Cyprus 2013 case, yes, they did. It was the biggest one that caused a problem.
Yes.
Other banks in Spain and Austria saw bail-in tools applied to subordinated debt, junior bondholders, etc., but no large depositor losses in this case. Swift resolution prevented big losses. This case is often cited as an example of where bail-in law powers work. So in that case, it did help save the bank and the large depositors didn't lose money. They took it from the bank's books. In other words, their debt and their bondholders, which,
yes.
like I said, if I'm a stockholder of a bank and the executive board makes a bad decision, then they're the ones that should pay. The stockholder, you're supposed to be watching those guys. The risk and perception of bail-in has led to caution among depositors, particularly depositors with large uninsured balances. However, case studies do not show a bank loss of a large volume of ordinary retail depositors purely on the basis of bail-in legislation. So, people with small deposits, and I would think most average people fall into that group, have not lost money. Rather than general bank risk weakness, many bank runs or deposit withdrawals are triggered by a combination of factors, like the factors we talked about in the beginning: liquidity, solvency concerns, macro crisis, rather than this legislation alone. So overall, you can say that, this legislation has not caused any significant damage to people, except in that Cyprus case. So let's go to the next one. I think I had another one on this as well. Okay. So, this is at the end. We'll do this one at the end. So,
Okay,
so what do you think about that, FC?
I think it's good. I mean, So the bail-in laws, let's just get this clear so everybody gets it.
Right.
It's when the bank basically has losses, it's absorbed by the shareholders. So those who've got shares in the bank, the bondholders, okay, and sometimes the large depositor, ones that have got big deposits, right?
Right.
So there's a difference between the bail-in and the bail-out.
Right. A bailout that like happened here.
I think you got that too, haven't you?
Oh no, I have Basel, but Basel is Basel is on the other end. Basel
So isn't the
is
bailout
before
when
it happens? A bailout is normally when the taxpayers foot the bill, and then the government bails out the bank, okay, and makes good for everybody, but the taxpayers end up carrying the cost of that. The bail-in says, wait a minute, before we go to the taxpayers, we're going to come after the bank itself, take its assets, take it from its shareholders, and take from the large depositors that are not insured. If that doesn't satisfy it, then we'll go. So it's kind of just a order.
So I know with the bail-in, sorry, those laws, I think, is it the bail-in or the bail-out, right? Can't remember. But if it's over 250,000, you're not insured. You know what I mean? You can lose.
Right.
You the first 250, you're fine.
You're fine. Yeah.
But after that, we need to get that information as far as.
Right. Yeah. And so I don't. Well,
I'm just going to find that now.
Yeah. Go and look. The FDIC insures deposits up to a certain amount here in the United States. Now I don't know what it is globally.
So I've got the US.
Okay.
In context of the bank bail-in, the limit is $250,000 FDIC insurance per depositor, per insured bank. That's what I got.
Right. That is correct.
That's the bail-in.
No, and that doesn't. All that says is that if you deposit more than $250,000 in a bank, it is subject to. We're not going to insure it. If the government is not,
which means they can absorb it.
They could. Yes, they could.
Yes. So you're not protected, guys. Is what you got to get. So these bail-in laws. So anything. Let me see if I can bring that up there so we can all see it. Okay. Give me a quick moment, love. I've got it right here. Where is it? Okay, I've just got to share my screen. I've got to remove yours off there. So you see that? In context of the bank bail-in, the limit is $250,000 FDIC insurance per ownership category. During a bail-in, uninsured deposits above the limit can be used to recapitalize the bank. So there you go.
Yeah, that's just what we talked about. The large depositors' money is used, their assets is used, and that's exactly what we're talking about.
That's right. So this is what I'm saying. There are people that have got way over 250, right? Like those grifters and all this. I mean, hey, money's no option for them. And I doubt they probably got it in banks. They probably got it in bloody gold and silver in their vaults, and they're telling us to get virtual gold. That's the other thing we're going to talk about. But 250K and above, so 250K, you're safe. After that, you're uninsured, and your savings can be absorbed.
Yeah. If a bail-in situation came about, then they would take that.
You know that really sucks. Now, you've been working your whole life. You've been working hard, and you got the money in the bank. So therefore, okay, does that mean an account? That's my question. Is it per account? So if you got, say, multiple accounts at $250,000 each, does that mean you're insured, or does it mean in total of which? So you,
I think it's per account. Wouldn't it be?
That's very interesting, isn't it? It's a very interesting topic because.
Good question. That's a good question.
Because per account, but think about this: you got 250 in one bank, 250 in another bank, 250 in another bank, right? Does that? It's that they say, it's better not to keep your eggs in one basket. That all makes perfect sense to me now.
Exactly.
There you go.
You should put it in different banks because, one bank may go down, another one may not. And so if you have if you stay under the insured cap, then you're going to be okay.
Okay, I've got it right
Providing
here.
your
It says it
government
does
is
say
going to
here.
pay you back.
It's for each account. Look at this. It does say it, D.
Okay,
I've got it
for
right
each
here.
account. You got it?
Yeah, I've got it right here. Let me bring that up again. There we go. For each account ownership category. There we go.
Mm-hmm.
So you could have 250. That's why, that makes perfect sense. Keeping your eggs in not one basket, spreading them around the place makes perfect sense. Now, obviously, there are people that they should know all about this and they don't. And they're the ones that obviously cop it in the end.
Mm-hmm. Right. And and it's unfortunate. But, I think people at that level, okay, if you have more than $250,000, you are well aware of what the banking rules are, and so, beware. if you're not, here's your chance to learn. But you're that's probably
credit unions. That's the other thing. Okay, good topic. So we're on this bail-in, bailout business.
Mm-hmm.
Credit unions and banks, totally different, aren't they?
Yes.
Are they totally different? Is it financial institutions? That's my question.
Okay, so
is it financial institutions, which includes credit unions, because they are part of the financial institutions?
Yes. A credit unions should be under the FDIC. You can Google that one real quick for us. But the credit unions are different in that they are owned by their members. In other words, if you have an account at a credit union, you are a shareholder of that credit union. Whereas banks tend to have, they have separate shareholders. Big banks, of course, are on the stock exchange and that kind of stuff.
No. Let me show you what I've got. Are you ready?
Okay. Yep.
You want to read this one?
Okay.
U.S. laws through the NCUA provides credit unions with the same protections as banks, meaning deposits up to $250,000 are insured. So the bail-in laws would only affect deposits that exceed this amount. So it includes the credit unions, guys.
Unions, yeah. Mm-hmm.
So there you go. It's to do. Let's be honest. It's got to be with all financial institutions.
Mm-hmm.
There you go.
Yeah. And I mean, if you're going to have a remedy for a bank failure, I think that's, I don't want to say that it's fair, but the taxpayer shouldn't be responsible for it. And that when we get to the part about when we compare these laws to Nesara, you'll see none of this will be necessary if Nesara was law. So it's pretty funny. So Basel is a little bit different. Let me go ahead and share this with us here.
Sure.
Okay.
I'll take mine off.
Okay. All right. We talked about Basel a little bit last week, and we'll run through it again. Is a global regulatory framework developed by the Bank for International Settlements through the Basel Committee on Banking Supervision. It was introduced in 2010 following the 2008 global financial crisis, which exposed serious weakness in banking regulation, risk management, and liquidity. The central purpose of Basel is to strengthen the resilience of banks and the global financial system, prevent the kind of systemic collapse that occurred in 2008, ensure banks can absorb financial shocks while continuing to lend and support the economy. It builds on previous accords, Basel I, 1988, Basel II, 2004, but introduces far stricter capital, liquidity, and leverage requirements. So what this is telling us is that Basel works on the other end. Basel is a preventative measure. This is to stop the banks from having liquidity problems, right?
Mm-hmm.
So let's get into this a little bit.
You know what they call it, Basel?
No.
Because that's the home of, Basel, Switzerland, love.
Oh, okay.
That's where, think about it. That's what
that's where everything is. Yeah, that's where
Basel. Basel. It's a place in Switzerland. That's fact.
Okay.
Yes. Everything's got to
learning
do with
all kinds of good
over
things
there.
about the globe. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Banking.
Banking. Okay. So this is some more information about Basel. Basel III. Basel Committee on Banking Supervision at the Bank for International Settlements wrote the standards in the U.S. The Federal Reserve, OCC, and FDIC translate them into domestic rules.
Zoom in, please. Zoom in.
Okay, I was like, y'all can't see that. Okay. To the Bank for the International Settlements. Basel III has been rolled out in phases since 2013, with some measures extended through 2028. So here's just some different stages of the rollout, phase in of capital and liquidity rules. And this is important, rules. 2015 LCR liquidity coverage ratio, 2018, the net stable funding ratio, and 2023 through to 2028, final revisions to risk weighting, market risk, and operational risk frameworks. Remember when we talked about why banks fail? All of these things are on that list. Okay. So what they're trying to do is trying to head it off. Okay. How are they doing that? They are regulating the banks more. They are stiffening the rules. They're making it harder for them to become insolvent. Okay. So let's go to the next one. Okay. So here's just some overall goals. I kind of just went through that.
Sure.
And okay. Is that big enough for you?
Oh, you're doing well.
Okay. Teasing. Ensure banks can absorb unexpected losses without collapsing and turning to taxpayers for bailouts. Reduce systemic risk caused by over-leveraged institutions. Prevent liquidity crises like those seen during the Lehman Brothers collapse. Prevent economic bubbles by forcing banks to hold more capital. That was the ratio that they're talking about. During expansions. Make systemically important banks more resilient and accountable. Okay. And all of this is well and good, right? They're trying to correct a bad situation and keep it from happening. I had a couple of problems with this, and one of them being that what's going to happen when these banks, and they're already going through them, as you can see, this has been rolling out for a few years, get these further restrictions and regulations, right? Both bail-in and Basel are still operating under the same system, the fiat debt system, right? Okay, so
now do you see what I mean? Dee, let me just show you real quickly something. Sorry, love. Well, I forget. See this little map here? Yes. Do you see how they mix in the fiction with the facts, or the facts and the fiction together? So that's fiction. Sorry, that's fiction, all the red. Then you got these, which are facts, right? So do you see, getting back to what I'm saying, that's how it works. That's why they talk these about Basel III, ISO 222, and it's like, oh, they know what they're talking about. It's all factual. And then they mix in all the other stuff to give it grounding. Do you know what I mean? So yeah, I thought I'd just bring that one in.
Yeah, that is true. That was on your grid. I like that.
Yeah.
Okay. So the practical effects of Basel, like I said, it's a good idea to try to head this off at the pass. Higher resilience, banks are better capitalized and more liquid. Reduced leverage, less dependence on borrowed funds. Costlier credit, lending rates can rise as banks adjust to higher capital. Profit compression, stricter regulations reduce speculative profits, greater transparency. Financial statements now disclose detailed capital and liquidity positions. Now, here's the problems that I had with it. Its strength and stability, however, it increases compliance cost for banks. So it's now going to cost this bank more money to stay within all of these rules. And it may reduce credit availability. Remember, it says costlier credit. Lending rates can rise as banks adjust to higher capital costs. It's costing them more money, right? So they're not going to be able to lend as much money out. It remains a reactive framework. In other words, it's reacting to the crisis after the crisis is already here. I mean, I'm sorry, it's trying to head the crisis off. It manages risk after the crisis rather than addressing the deeper structural issues like debt-based money creation. Implementations vary by nation. I didn't do a nation thing on this, I don't think, to see where they're using it, but it's been rolled out worldwide.
Oh, look, I know with the banks, like I do a lot of research, right?
Mhm.
So the major banks have got Basel III compliance. All you got to do, guys, for example, right? Let's just go and do an example live, right? So, for example, let's go to your bank, D, or pick a bank, right? Any bank, Fargo or something?
Okay, that works.
Wells Fargo?
Wells Fargo works. Yeah.
Let's see if Wells Fargo is Basel III compliant, right? Let's see. Are they Basel III compliant? Yes, they are, right?
Okay.
So this is how easy it is, ladies. When people say, "Oh, is my bank Basel?" Just go in Google and type it, and then go to your bank. You can ask your bank; they'll have to tell you. They can't. It's not a big, they haven't signed NDAs over Basel III. You know what I mean?
Right.
Sorry, I had to say that one. Yes, Wells Fargo is subject to and operates under Basel III. It's as easy as that, ladies and gentlemen.
Right.
It's as easy as that. Look, type in the bank, Basel III compliant, and you get your answer.
Yeah.
And then go to your bank just to confirm. Because obviously when you're dealing with your bank, you want to make sure.
Yeah.
But you'll get it in writing.
Yeah.
You can go and get it in writing.
Mm-hmm.
Like if you go here, look at this. You go in here and there it is. In writing.
Yeah, and then they'll have all their ratios that they're have to maintain and that kind of thing.
Exactly. So
it's not a bad thing. The problem with bail-in and Basel are they are still operating within the fiat debt system. Okay.
Yes.
So what Harvey said, they're tinkering at the margins. They're not fixing the machine. They're just putting a patch here and there. Right.
Yes.
And so you've got to change the system from the ground up. And if you did and you had Nesara, you wouldn't need Basel. And again,
you don't need the herb, do you?
You don't need the Basel.
You don't need the Basel on the pizza
or bailed in or whatever.
I had to say that, the Basel, because everyone thinks about Dazzle the herb.
Basil.
Yeah, basil. Sorry, basil. I say Basil is different to basil. Okay, we say basil in Aussie. Basil.
Okay.
Yeah,
we say basil with an I think.
Basil.
Yeah.
Okay.
But you see what I mean.
Tomato, same thing.
Same thing. It just you've got to change the system, and they keep, like I said, tinkering at the margins, trying to fix broken things, and it comes to a point where and we're there. It's not going to work out.
Did you see that, Dee? The moment I spoke about food, in comes. Did you see it? The bot. No. Okay, no, have a look in the chat. Okay. In comes Timmy B with the with the S food. That's a bot. You know what I mean? That's how bots work. And this is what I'm saying. How does Rumble allow these sort of bots to continue? And you see how we spoke about food and bang. I better be careful not to speak about anything naughty, because then something will come up there. Something will come up, right? Yes. No. We better be very careful, ladies and gentlemen.
Right.
Goodbye, Timmy. Sorry.
Oh my
Keep going.
Well, we had a lot of questions last week on how's this going to work, or what would happen if this one and the other. So I just developed a list of what I'll consider frequently asked questions, and I hope that this will help clarify things for people. Like I said, in Harvey's bill, National Economic Stabilization and Recovery Act, which I want to make sure this is very clear, has not been introduced in Congress. Okay. So none of what I'm going to tell you is like, oh, this is going to happen. Nothing happens until it passes Congress, period.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We live in a constitutional republic. That's the way things work. Okay. But let's pretend that by some miracle it passed. Okay. So we will go over these. There we go. We'll go over some frequently asked questions. And look, put questions in the comments there. If you got something as we're going, jump right in, and we'll try to get on it. Okay, so number one, is the U.S. dollar going away? No. The dollar stays. It just becomes constitutional again. Paper dollars still exist, but are issued by the U.S. Treasury instead of the Federal Reserve. So you will still have a dollar. It's not going to look like the dollar that you're currently walking around with, but you will still have paper money. Okay.
Can they get rid of that garbage in the front of it or the back, whatever it is, with the all-seeing eye and all that crap? You know what I mean?
Wait, you know what? He actually, and I'm not going to go through it all. I do have it lined out, but Harvey had down specifically to what the coins were going to look like.
Oh, did he?
A wood. Oh, yes. What was that?
Oh,
Read the bill.
Have you got that?
Read the bill. It was, down to what was on the front, what was on the back, how the edges, how much it weighs, what it's equal to. The Treasury is that, their job is to make sure exchange ratios stay on par, and they are to publish that every week. I mean, there is no stone left unturned. That's why people have got to read this. So, second question. Will my cash be worthless? No. All dollars convert 1 for 1 in the new Treasury dollars. No loss, no reset penalty. Okay. So if Nesara became a law, your dollar, you're not going to lose it. Okay. You will be able to exchange it for the new dollars, 1 for 1. Okay.
Mm-hmm. When they talk about rainbow currency, well, we've got it basically here in Australia, but it's not. Look, we got blueberries, we got pineapples, different colors, right? Now, they're not backed by, the metals. Sorry, guys. No. That's all their fictitious crap that this is backed by platinum and this is backed by this and this is, you know what I mean? This is what they've been going on by. I mean, no. You want to talk about rainbow currency? Come here. It looks like paper.
I don't know what the colors would be. In fact, actually, Harvey did say it was on gold paper. Wait a minute. Give me just a second.
Ours looks like, shall we say, play money?
Monopoly money.
Yeah, monopoly money. That's it. Yes.
Okay. Let me see here. They are printed on distinctive paper of silver color. These would be the silver certificates. They have inscriptions: United States of America, In God We Trust, indicated year of issue, indicated denomination, such as 1, 5, 10, whatever the denomination is, indicating promise of redemption at the United States Treasury will pay face value to the bearer on demand in standard silver dollar coin. What that means is if you had a new credit note and you went and said, I want my metal, I want my coin, they would have to do that. And they're punished if they don't. That would be the Treasury. I want to go down here a little bit.
Yeah, so Canada has colored money too. Apparently, Carol's telling us.
Same for the gold certificate. So, he has it lined out. And when he talks about the coins, down to the ridges on the edge. So again, no
That's
stone
awesome.
left unturned. Yeah. Okay. So number 3, do I have to turn in my money by a deadline? No. The bill does not set any forced exchange window. Old currency is exchanged naturally through banks in circulation. So what would happen, and he explains this, is that the new currency would come out. You still have your old currency. When you go and spend it, you go to a shop or a store or whatever, and they collect it and they deposit it. Or you go to the bank and you deposit it. As that money comes back in, what's going out is the new dollars. There's no deadline. It's just going to naturally evolve. Right. So there's no reason to rush down there and say, oh my gosh, I have a time limit. I can only get as the old ones come in naturally through normal course of business, the new ones will go out. Right.
Right.
Okay.
Now, money has a certain smell. Have you noticed it?
Money has a certain smell.
Yeah, it does. It has a certain smell.
Oh yeah. It does. Yeah. I was a bank teller for many years.
Isn't it very interesting? How did it come up with this smell?
I don't know. It was just the paper. Do you know? I'm sure you do. You would know.
Well, no. I've got to look into it more because, some money smells like it's been up someone's bum, to be quite honest.
Oh, listen, I was a bank teller for probably 5 or 6 years. I can tell you, I've seen some money. In some pretty deplorable conditions. So, but yeah,
like, has it been rolled up?
Oh, rolled.
If you get away my drift.
Okay, maybe I've seen it burned. I've had it in just soaking wet. All kinds of things people would bring in.
Well, you think about it. In Miami, this is fact. Apparently, if you go and do a drug test on this money,
okay.
There's traces of cocaine
on it. Yeah. I'm sure that there was probably some of that. It's been a long time, but yeah, I'm sure there was. So, but yeah, I enjoyed being a bank teller. It was fun. I really enjoyed that time of my life. Okay, so we did number 3. What kinds of money will exist? Okay, so here's where we get into some nitty gritty. Uses 3 kinds of lawful money: silver dollars, which are real silver coins; gold eagles, which are real gold coins, and these weights and measurements are in the bill. Okay, treasury notes. Treasury notes is what we were just talking about. The treasury notes would replace your dollar bill. Okay. And plus gold and silver certificates redeemable on demand. A long time ago, you used to have what was called a silver certificate or a gold certificate. I can't remember the year. If you had a silver certificate, you had until a certain time to cash it in. But because they don't make those anymore. Okay, so let's go down here. Can I still use paper money? Yes, Treasury notes replace Federal Reserve notes. They look and spend the same, but are controlled by the Congress, not private banks. Okay, because remember, the Federal Reserve becomes the new United States Treasury, and therefore they take over the control of the money. Okay, and the plan is outlined on how they make it, when they make it, how they mint it. All of that kind of stuff is in the bill.
I wouldn't, with Congress, I'd be pretty wary of getting them to control it. You know what I mean?
Well,
especially with the current ones that we got there at the moment. You've seen how they're all being bought and sold off by lobbyists.
I understand, but this is the rules are pretty strict, and he actually in the bill has the punishment. He goes into the crimes and punishment. If
I love that already.
Done, this is how many years you will serve. And, I'm telling you, read the bill.
Harvey's even included. Think about this, ladies and gentlemen. Harvey included the punishment for those Congress people that if they did naughty stuff.
For the Treasury.
Oh, yeah. Treasury. Well, the Congress are the ones that are going to be in control, aren't they?
I believe it's appointed by the president. So, that would be. And he has rules exactly on who could, because you have the head of the Treasury, and then you have what we have now around there's the 12 reserve banks, right?
Right.
And each one of those banks has a director. Okay.
Right.
He has the criteria of who can be that director, what credentials you have to hold and what credentials you can't hold. In other words, you can't be a part of XYZ, very detailed. Okay. So that not y'all you have to meet those requirements or you cannot be a director. And it's pretty strict on what you can and cannot do. You can't be on the board of a bank. You cannot, your family can't be on the board of a bank or anything like that. So, he nailed it.
There's no channeling aliens or anything like that in the book or nothing like that. How to channel,
no, there were no
the ascended master of Saint Germain and all them. Like because you're seeing how they talk about Nesara, that Saint Germain, the ascended master from the ethereal plane. I wonder if Saint Germain from the ethereal plane is connected to the quantum computers that are based in those 3 places that Captain Kyle spoke about. That's another question we could ask Captain Kyle. Is Saint Germain connected to that?
I see a question there. I want to answer that. So remember that.
No problem.
Anyway, I think we should just go knock on. If Captain Kyle can get in and get this information, I think we should just go down there with our cameras and knock on the door.
Yeah, I agree. I'd love to do that. I mean, part of being an investigative journalist.
Reporter. Let's take a road trip.
Why
Okay.
not? I mean, I'm all for it. You know, let's go in Captain Kyle's truck. Let's go all together, Captain Kyle, in your truck, and we can drive there to those locations, and you can show us with these physical computers that are controlled by the spirit. Okay,
Right.
Yeah, the spirit of who? Saint Germain. After all,
it's
you know,
an AI.
he's from the ethereal plane, isn't
What
he?
I gathered is it was an AI hybrid of some type. So.
Oh, okay. So, IA hybrid. Something he said about connecting with the ether, right? Because that's connected to the ether.
I said it was a spiritual entity that an AI and spiritual entity together.
Yeah. And then and then he mentioned something else. There was some biological thing involved in it. Like it's not just artificial. Now he called artificial intelligence alive, which that's another piece of bullshit right there. It's artificial intelligence. It means it's artificial life. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
Sorry, Kyle.
All right.
Yeah,
Number
let's meet
6.
at the KFC.
Number 6. Can I get real gold or silver if I want? Yes. Any person may exchange their treasury notes for gold or silver coin at the Treasury's reserve banks. Now, that's what I was just saying. There are strict rules on them. If you took your new treasury note and you went in and said, I want my coin, they have to give it to you because it is the law. If Nesara passed, it would be the law that they have to have the gold to back it up.
Right.
What happens to the Federal Reserve? It is absorbed into the U.S. Treasury and renamed the Treasury Reserve System. No more private control of the money supply. We just talked about that.
Right.
Will banks still exist? Yes, but they must offer 3 separate account types. So you will still have your banks. You will have what is backed by gold, you know, a gold account and a silver account. In other words, let's say I have, and I don't bring any props, but I have a treasury note, which is like $1, but it's backed by silver. So I can put that in a silver account. If I have one that's backed by gold, I can put it in the gold account. Okay. They have to keep them separate. They're forced to keep them separate. And they can't commingle them either because of exchange rates. Okay. And the Treasury, the new Treasury Reserve System, has to put out the exchange rates at least weekly. And that's their job, is to keep them equal.
Right.
What stops inflation under Nesara? The law requires the dollar to remain within 3% of its starting value. That's what I just said. The weekly index must be published to prove it. Okay. So it has to stay within 3% of its original value.
Right.
Okay. Does that make sense? What about my mortgage loans? Okay, loans continue, but interest rules change. No compound interest. Your principal is paid first, and the fees, which we talked about, the monetization fees, that is strictly limited. I think we got a couple of more. Oh, there was some questions. Let me see if I can go back and grab a couple of these real quick before we move on.
You go for it.
Okay, let's see, guys. I saw one here. Here we go. Okay. I have a gallon jug of quarters, dimes, and pennies. Is there either recourse for these? Well, sure. It's part of the currency system now, right? So it would be just like anything. Like I said, it will naturally be exchanged. So you can go to the bank and exchange it. If Nesara was passed, you could exchange it just like you do now. So there shouldn't really be any problem with that. But I tell you what, just on a personal note, I might want to hang on to some of those pennies. It'll be a collector's item. So, all right, here we go. D, do you think President Trump may use your dad's Nesara after the crash to reset us? It's hard to speculate, but do you have any intuitive feelings toward it? We've talked about this on the show. First of all, if you crash a system and have nothing to replace it, I mean, you think about, there are specific details in here that have to be worked through, that have to be laid out, they have to be taken care of. You can't just flip a switch, okay, and say, oh, we're going to do this now. It has to go through the proper channels. Now, so after the crash, no. Yeah. I don't think so. This would have to be, well, the smart way to do it would to be go ahead and get the ball rolling. People want security. They want to know what's going to happen. They need a plan. You know, Otherwise, it's just chaos. The theories, the motivations, the reason behind why we need Nesara, we have demonstrated in Trump's policies, like we did in the previous show, the Trump versus Nesara. And I went item by item and showed how I personally believe, my intuitive feeling is that these ideas are already being woven into our system.
Correct.
That answers your question. So
Now, I just want to ask, let's talk about this one.
Okay.
Going back to Captain Kyle's little claims, okay? Because he goes and says that once it all crashes, that the XRP is going to go through the roof, and it's you heard about that business, didn't you? That when it all comes down, and when it comes back on the other side, XRP is going to have its real value, okay? Where did he get that? I would like Kyle to come on the show, please, and explain that one. How did he come to that conclusion? Where's his facts, evidence, and receipts on that? Did he get in contact with XRP and have they told him, or did he get in contact with the computers? You know what I mean? I don't know. I honestly, I'm just a bit confused.
Well, we'll have to investigate it and see. We'll have to investigate.
Yeah, I think investigation warrants. Because you're not going to get a real answer from him because he's too busy talking about fairy tales at this point.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
Oh, we had another question here. Let's see if we got this one. Okay. What about currency rates? Will they differ from country to country? I don't know. This bill was written, Harvey wrote it for the United States. So if it was taken globally, I'm sure each country would have their own version. Okay. And I want to make it clear that anything that went global from this would not include some of the things that are on that Nesara wish list. Releasing patents, world peace, pulling United States military out of places. That's all well and good. I mean, those are wonderful ideas, but they have absolutely nothing to do with monetary and fiscal reform. But I believe each country, if they were to adopt this bill, would, set their own rates, and it would have to stabilize. I mean, gold is a world commodity, so it's going to have to stabilize.
Well, think about this.
That's my opinion.
Look at it from this perspective, a logical standpoint, D, as I always do, not the fiction. Income tax, Federal Reserve, right, came from over there, right?
Right.
And then it trickled over to here and all over the world. So realistically speaking, based on that, the first domino falls over there. It's going to happen. Remember, think about this. You got the head office. Say the head office, or let's look at the head office. Number one, it is the head office. You know, President Trump has said that Washington, D.C., you've heard him, is the capital of the world. He said it. Julian Assange has said it, right, as well.
Right.
Now, from that perspective, when it tumbles up there on the head office, so the head of the Leviathan, the tentacles are going to die. That's just how it is. It's just a natural progression. Because you think about it, that's where income tax came from. It trickled across to here. The same deal with the Fed. It's Reserve Bank of Australia. It's it's just a branch of from the head office. Do you know what I mean?
Right. Yeah,
so it's all connected. Canada, the whole box and dice, everything is all connected to this. So you've got to cut the head off the Leviathan, so then it connects up. Now, I've spoken about this as well, that these countries we're under DC. We are under DC. That's all been proved. I can prove this with the documents and everything. Now, what needs to happen is it needs to be America first. Why does President Trump say America first? Because that's the head of the Leviathan. Does that makes logical sense?
Right. I agree totally. And once that's gone, then it will all just trickle down and work.
Correct.
And, back to the other question there, it's got to be organized. I've said this before, and I cannot believe that as thorough and meticulous as President Trump has been about moving through this process of weeding out the bad and, that kind of stuff, that he would throw the world into some kind of Mad Max apocalyptic state, even with the altruistic motive of resetting everything. He cares too much about people. things have to happen organically. They have to happen in a natural format, right?
Yes.
But as we've talked about before, you just like some of these judges, you can't get fairness and justice if the system is full of bad people. So
Yes.
you've got to get rid of that first. And then you have to build back up. And then rational heads, calm minds can look and say, okay, this is what we want to do. And, so that's
Well,
just the way
another
I see
thing.
it. Yeah.
President of the free world, the leader of the free world. Think about that term,
Yeah.
meaning all of us.
Mhm.
Free world. Okay. So that's what I'm saying. Look at how they use terms, because it actually means, do you see how they put things in front of your face?
Mhm. Yeah.
Not the free of the United States, the free world. There you go.
Yeah. Yeah, that's right. And so it will all connect. I absolutely believe that. And
Yes.
and it should, because it's fair for everyone. The system is made, the way the bill would change things is that you're based on meritocracy, you're based on production, you are taxed on consumption. It is a natural,
You
Harvey
just said the word.
preached.
You see it?
What?
You just said the word consumption. Have a look in the chat. What popped up?
That's another.
Can you believe it?
That's we ought to play a game. So, shall we play a game? And just test it.
Look at this. The moment you said consumption, which means food, out
Right.
comes S food in a different manifestation. You know what I mean?
Right.
Another bot.
Another bot. Yeah.
Bye, Vicky. Bot.
I'm getting hungry. I lost my train of thought now. So, but I
Sorry.
I've got a couple of more.
You said getting hungry. No, you did it again.
I got a couple of more questions here. So, number 11, will gold and silver be confiscated like in 1933? No. Now, this is a part that a law that is written, a portion that's written into the proposed bill. If you remember, in 1933, they confiscated gold. They went around and confiscated precious metals. That becomes illegal. The government cannot go around and do that anymore. So Nesara repeals all seizure laws, but it encourages private coinage. In other words, like our mints now here, they make the coins, they make the dollar bills. There is provisions in Harvey's bill for private coinage. So this would speed up the process. However, those entities would have to go through strenuous rules and regs and checks and stuff to be able to do that. But it does, it helps to have more private mentors. Does this end the fiat money entirely? Not immediately. Nesara uses dual circulation, real metal, and stable paper. So this is a little confusing. Okay. And so I want to, because I get this question a lot. You
Can
have
you zoom in a bit more?
Okay,
please?
sure. Yeah. The dual circulation during this time, while money is being, like I said, you don't have to rush down to the bank and exchange your dollars. So as it's naturally coming out of the system and the new money is coming out, you could theoretically have one of each in your hand, right? They're still both valid. It's not like one is useless and one is not. Okay.
Right.
So while you may have that fiat debt in your hand, it's going to go to the, once it goes into circulation, goes back to the bank, then it's not coming back out. Anything that goes to be destroyed. And he's got rules in here on how that's supposed to be destroyed and all that kind of stuff.
So there's
it's
no
natural progression.
going to an RV center with aliens going to probe
And you're
you
not
somehow.
judged. No one's going to judge you.
Okay.
And whether you're worthy or not, everybody is worthy. Okay. So,
Okay, because this is a serious question, Dean. I just want to stop it right there.
okay.
There's a lot of people out there that are taking in the fear porn. Like these, characters out there, they're saying, we don't believe in the fear porn or that. Well, we don't believe in your crap either, since you're telling us and preparing us for, what did he say? 9/11 2.0. Yeah, no, that's not fear porn. Thanks, Kyle. Now, think about this. I mean, these people are going out there and they're being told, if you don't bring in your the money, as in, and getting your virtual gold and all this sort of crap. You're going to lose your 401ks, you're going to lose your money. And there's so much fear porn out there, so ridiculous. And this is what I'm saying, Dee. This is where we need to get the facts, right? These people are scared that they're going to lose all their money in the bank. Right now, they're scared. They're scared.
They are.
Okay. And the grifters are using fear of missing out. Don't blame me. I've seen that one. Don't blame me if you lose all your money. I'm trying to help you out. That's the thing. Yes.
I agree.
Now, please, put some sense into this, please, because,
Well, and people are scared. Like I said, they need a plan, and they want to know that they're secure, right?
Yeah.
I don't have a crystal ball. I cannot tell you one way or the other exactly what's going to happen or what's not going to happen. I can tell you that I don't feel like you can just pull that rug out. Okay.
President Trump wouldn't do something like that. No,
I don't think so.
Way.
I just don't believe that. You're gonna have to. It's gonna have to be a hard press sell to make me think that he would throw us into chaos like that. You're talking about people in the stock market, and he's always right. The stock market's good, and that's pensions, and that's 401k. When he's talking about the economy, that's one of his accomplishments. He's proud of that. How I seen this bill working through his administration is the things that he's pulling in slowly. Okay. Harvey talks in here at length about the corrupt politicians. He's weeding those out. He's using tariffs to help fund us. He is eliminating waste, fraud, and abuse, lowering the spending. Okay. He is getting crime under control. All of these little things, bringing people back to having a moral standards. Okay. So all of these little things that are woven in here, again, like I said, you've got to get rid of the bad guys first before you can have a legitimate system. But yeah, it's just it's scary for a lot of people, and we're all in the same boat. So I can tell you, just have faith, and it's it depends on us too. Like I've said before, people have to get involved. Okay. If I look at some other countries, and I'll point out Israel just for a second, just as an example, because it's kind of a hotbed of activity these days. If the people of Israel, I'm talking about the people of Israel, if they're not happy with their government, then they need to change it. Okay, I can't help you from there. And it's the same thing here, and it's the same thing that everywhere you go. If you're not involved and you're not active and you're not letting your representatives know, even if they're bad, I understand that, but you've got to stay vigilant with it. I was thinking the other day, this is just kind of go way off topic here, but the Democrats right now are wandering in the wilderness. They've got a segment of their party that have jumped on the communist socialist train with Mondami and AOC and Bernie, and they're just woohoo, and they're having a good time. I don't believe these people have read a history book, or certainly have talked to anybody who's come from a communist country who is, come to the United States and become a citizen, because I have some friends that fall in that category, and they will tell you the truth. Here's my point. The rest of the party, and that includes the ones in office, and certainly the your neighbors and friends, are kind of going, what are we going to do? Now, instead of throwing rocks at them and yelling at them, we are missing out on a big opportunity to invite them to the table, right? So, as I've told people before, email your representatives. Even if you live in a district and you have a Democrat, and I'm just saying if you're, Republican, or vice versa, if your representative is opposite from your party, still reach out to them, okay? And the Democrat, the people that serve in the Congress, that are the Democrats, are going to start looking around saying, wow, there are people out there that want common sense. And their motivation may be to get elected, but they're going to start taking you seriously. But you have to do it en masse, and you have to be consistent with it. You see what I'm saying? Does that make sense?
Let's talk about, there we go. It's sad political spectacle at this point And honestly, I'm embarrassed. No, he should be embarrassed because he's taking $370,000 from APAC, ladies and gentlemen. He certainly is. He should certainly be embarrassed.
I saw that post and I looked up the quote and I said, okay, when and where did he say that? And I found it was, on the Fox thing. So yeah, it's sad. But again, he's got to weed them out. So there you go.
Oh, look.
Can we take this question? Go ahead.
By the way, Dee, let me just show you one thing.
Okay.
What was that? I heard. Oh, sorry, that's me. I'm thinking, where's this coming from? Sorry, Dee. No. If you want to invest stocks, ladies and gentlemen, sarcasm. Invest stocks in U-Haul, okay? Because basically, that's going to be the most popular driven vehicle in New York right now. Okay, the stocks are going to go. President Trump, stocks are going up. Yes, they are going up for U-Haul. Okay, shares are going to go through the roof, especially now with they've got the new movement called "Making Florida Great Again." Sorry, I had to throw that one in there.
The mass exodus from these sanctuary cities and that kind of stuff, and certainly that's getting ready to happen in New York, are just indicative of the corrupt system. Let me explain. I think BlackRock is probably one of the most guilty of this, is that you see these new subdivisions going up, you see new housing areas being built, they will go in and buy it all lock, stock, and barrel, and then rent them. Okay. They don't want people to own their own home, which is taking away the American dream. Yeah. Same thing in New York. As people flee, then all of these properties become available. They'll go in, buy them all up. And they talk about rent control. Well, we know that's not going to last for very long. And when it kicks back in, people think their rent's high now. It's going to be higher because huge companies like that buy blocks of real estate. And they'll never sell it. They want to be perpetual landlords. So it's very, very sad. So, and in fact, I think we had a question about home ownership.
Yes. Look at this one, Dee. American household debt levels, including mortgage, car loans, credit cards, and student loans, are now at a new record high. There you go.
Yep.
So that's out there.
It is. Okay, here it is. Let me see if I can answer this one. Okay. Do you think that home values and interest rates will return to obtainable levels for lower and middle class families within President Trump's presidency? I don't know. Again, I don't have a crystal ball. I know that under the National Economic Stabilization and Recovery Act, they would. Okay. And it incentivizes homeowners and families. Actually, lower income people benefit the most off of this plan because of the taxation side. Not only is your dollar worth more, therefore your labor is worth more in intrinsic value, but the taxation system is fair and you're not taxed on things like food and rent and medicine, medical services. And that's for everybody. That's not just for like an HR 25 that you have to be at a certain income level or lower. During President Trump's presidency, I don't know. We'll have to wait and see. It's a very good question, though. I hope so. For young people. Let's see. We got.
Well, you realize we are being gaslit, right?
Yeah.
Dee?
Yes.
Yeah. Like, have a look at this real quickly. After I watched the UGA, this is Marjorie Taylor Greene. This is what I'm saying, guys. They're giving us comms that they're actually gaslighting us. I'm heading over to the gaslight arena. Seriously, we know we've been gaslit. Our realities are being questioned because all these things, I know, things have gone down, groceries have gone down, and then when I see, no, the meat's gone up, you know what I mean? And groceries are going up, and people saying, President Trump, I don't know what you're talking about, you know.
Right.
But things are going up. And then you've got these mothers that are going on there, and they're comparing the prices for, what do you call it, for Thanksgiving, and they got 12 2024 to 2025. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And there are people actually calling it up. They really are.
Right. And I think I heard just a little bit on the news about that. But I can tell you, as being a shopper, okay. In fact, a few weeks ago, I was in the grocery store and I was getting something. I don't know, it was hamburger meat or ribs or whatever, and I picked it up, and I think it was hamburger meat, and I looked at the prices a pound per meat, and I just stood there, I was stunned. And I was looking around. I said, "Does anybody else know how much this cost?" It was crazy. Um,
From what I
and I've
got,
known other things that were high. I've seen some things come down, but a lot of it's kind of stays the same. And it's it's funny when prices go up, they tend to stay up. Them coming down is doesn't happen very often. But corporations realize they can keep that.
look at this, Steve. So
going.
I put that up there. People are angry and don't give a shit about the stock market. How can you feed somebody? Look at the price of ground beef, 1.32 pounds at $12.88. Right?
Okay, I think I paid almost $7.50 or $8 the other day.
So there you go. Look at that. So obviously people are going to get upset, aren't they?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Ground round. Now, is that regular or is that how you go?
Yes, that's just regular hamburger meat. What we call hamburger meat. So.
That's a lot of cash, to be quite honest.
It is. It is.
Yes.
Yeah, it's too much.
$7 for a dozen eggs. I thought eggs are down.
Yeah, our eggs here came down. They're not $7, and we also have a local farmer. And listen, I recommend to anyone, if you have a farmer's market in your area, please patronize these people. Go and buy your produce from them. It's going to be healthier for you, and you make some friends. And that's what really, community is what it's all about. But yeah, our eggs came down. Milk is the same. It hadn't changed. Now, gasoline has come down. I will say that. So I was surprised on that. I'm trying to see if I got.
Well, normally, as President Trump says, when energy goes down in price, so like fuel, that means the prices should go down with the food because it's got to do with transportation, right? Now,
yes,
I don't know if you saw President Trump's Truth Social today. He said about that he's upset. Apparently, that box meat there's some fishy business, as he said, that's going on, and apparently it's got to do with, I think, is that there is a certain, shall we say, producer or wholesaler, whatever you call them, that is from Brazil, a big producer of your meat. All right.
Okay.
They're called J something or other. And apparently you get a lot of meat from there. Now my question is why aren't they supporting the American farmer instead of going to Brazil? That's my question.
Good question.
It is a good question, isn't it?
Let's find out. Let's find out about that. So I would like to know. Yeah.
I mean, he's going out there and he's upset about it, and he's saying about the box meat going up. So box meat, obviously, he's talking about the round. What do you call it? The ground. Ground. We call it mince meat in Australia.
Okay.
Right? So mince meat, ground round. Okay. He's upset about it, and he's saying he's going to get to the bottom of it. And guess, by the way, guess who he's put? Have a guess. Sorry, I've got to laugh because it's so ridiculous. It's not funny because it's like, have you heard of this saying, useless like tits on the ball? Have you heard of that one?
Yes, I've heard that.
Okay, well, you might as well call this one useless as tits on a ball, okay? Because nothing sticks to, when you use Pam, right?
Oh, I saw you. Yeah, I saw that on the.
Yeah, nothing sticks. No, nothing sticks when you use Pam. So President Trump's jumping up and down about the meat. Hey, Pam, you go and do something about it. Yes, like she's been trying to do a lot of things and nothing gets done because nothing sticks when you use Pam.
Okay, I'll say your joke. Yeah, that's funny. Oh, I'm looking at some of these comments. Oh, Johnsonville. So that's what it says here. So maybe that's the company that you're talking about. Johnsonville Meat. That's a meat company.
It's an abbreviated name. I'm sure he said it in his Truth Social somewhere. And he did say about the box meat, and he's going to send Pamela to go and do the job because he's a bit upset about it, and he should be upset because people are upset.
People are upset, and they're it's ridiculous, and especially people are worried about a lot of things, and they're worried about the possible financial reset and losing everything. They're worried about wars. They're worried about food supply, and
worry about the planes,
and how they can't afford it. So there's a lot on the table.
I've got it right here, D. See, he's got it all. Hey, here we go. I've asked the DOJ, your non-stick Pam, to immediately begin investigation into the meat packing companies who are driving up the price of beef through illicit, collusion, price fixing, and price manipulation. We will always protect our American ranchers, and they are being blamed. So they're being blamed, the American ranchers, which I told you it's not them. Okay, it's the Brazilian one, right? For what is being done by majority foreign-owned meat packers. Now think about this. Obviously, people are getting upset now, and he's got to do something about it, who artificially are inflating prices. Now think about why they're doing that for. Political motivation. That's what it is. Think about it.
Right.
You got the Dems that are doing the good old filibuster, right? They close down the government. They're doing everything they can. To me, it's like shall we say, when you get a deja vu of COVID, they use that business. All the little tricks from their little books, are all coming out there, and they're all involved in this. I truly believe it's all sabotage, D. What do you reckon?
Yeah. Well, he's bringing awareness to it for a reason.
Oh, he is. Because he's saying, hey, we're not doing it. They're the ones that are doing it.
Right.
Who artificially. So what I would be doing is sending my friends ICE over there and icing them the hell out of America and getting America ranchers the justice they deserve. Now, action must be taken immediately to protect consumers, combat illegal monopolies, and ensure these corporations are not criminally profiting. There you go, criminally. So they are criminally profiting at the expense of the American people. Now, that is national security right there.
Right.
Because you don't know what they're profiting and using it for. Right. I'm asking the DOJ to act exponentially. The moment that I hear the DOJ, I think about this. Right? Nothing sticks when you use Pam. Sorry, D. I don't have the utmost confidence in that lady.
Yeah. Well,
and no one should either, to be quite honest.
Yeah. Gotcha. You ready?
Yeah. Go for it.
Okay. Okay. Oh, you gotta let me add to the screen. I think we've just okay, yeah. Did we do all of these? Let me make sure we went through all of these.
I'm going to look it up. Biggest supply of meat in America.
Okay. Let me add this to the screen here.
Mexico and Canada. You know that? The biggest suppliers. Hold on, let me just make sure. Meat. Supply of meat. Meat. I've got to put the meat in front of it. I was right again. JBS, ladies and gentlemen. Let me show you real quickly, D, while you're doing that. Look at that. The biggest supply of meat in America. Why in the hell? I don't get it. I know why, because they've been weakening America from within. A Brazilian company with a majority U.S. subsidiary, JBS USA. Now, the question is, ladies and gentlemen, why are they relying on a Brazilian company instead of using American farmers? So you can see this is sabotage. And remember, I don't know, he's fallen out of the graces of the current president of Brazil. So you can see it is sabotage day. Can you see what they're doing?
Yeah.
And then what happens is you screw around with the Americans' meat, you screw around with people. When you screw around with people, they get angry at the president, right? And at the administration. And they know this. They know this, D.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Now, I want to know who's up the top. Who is the shareholders of JBS? That's where you got to go, right? Who is the top shareholders of JBS? No, I'm going to find out. Okay, anyone got any grievances, take it up with the Batista family. That's how you can take it with a Batista. All right?
Batista, that's who owns it?
Yeah, no, they're the Batista. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, they're wholly owned. Sorry, here we go. Let me show you, D. We're about finding the truth out here. That's what the real Nesara, it's about the real everything. JBS SA is a Brazilian multinational company that is the largest meat processing enterprise in the world. Oh, in the world. So we've got him here as well. That's lovely. Beef, chicken, salmon, sheep, pork. So they do the whole box and dice. And they were founded in 1953. And they've been running rampant all over the place. Now, my question is, why in the hell are they continuing to deal with this company and continuing to allow Brazil to benefit off this, especially when you know what Brazil, who's running the show there? Do you know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, I don't know who's running it, but the people should be buying American first. And I don't know what the price difference is, but I understand the quality would be better if they bought it here.
Well, we should be supporting, as I said, that's why we're screwing over our local produce. And we're always that's all been done by design, because you think about it, these G summits, they decide who gets what, where they get it from. Okay. Right. And we are the useless eaters, the consumers that consume it all.
Yeah.
I know. Look, it's ridiculous, guys. It really is. It really is. Now, President Trump needs to make it. Here we go. This is the guy here. There we go. Good old Jose. All right. Now it's Josley, his son, that owns the place, runs the place. All right. That's the dude over there that's running the show. Lovely. There you go, ladies and gentlemen. Take your grievances up. I try to take it up with your Congress people and tell them, hey, we want to get rid of them.
Yes, write them a letter. That's what I was saying earlier. When things like this come up, the Constitutional Republic, you have to go through the paces. And the more you believe me, my elected officials know who I am because I send them emails all the time. Very nice. We have civil conversations. This is not anybody yelling or screaming or calling names or anything like that. No. Okay, we had another. Oh, wait, I had one more screen. So let me add this to the stage here real quick and we'll finish this out.
Yep, I'm just trying to find where else they are in the world. Who do they supply?
Oh, probably worldwide.
Okay. You know what they supply? Major supermarkets. McDonald's, so your beef burgers from there. KFC. That's all them, guys. That's what they do. Lovely. And they're exporting to China. Lovely. By the way, we're in this too. D, I told you.
Right.
Oh, no. Look, there we go. The Australia. United States, and look at that one, ladies and gentlemen. Australia. There. Oh, yes, we're all involved in. See how we're all connected? Do you see how it's all connected?
Yep. There you go. Well,
it's disgusting.
We'll have to do a deeper dive into that and find out what's going on.
They also just here in Australia, ladies and gentlemen, Woolworths, Aldi, Coles, supermarkets, they supply JBS products. There you go. Enjoy that one.
Right.
You think you're helping Australian beef farmers and all that? No, forget about it. McDonald's, forget about it. You know they say Australian beef, and they put 100% Australian beef. Now, let me tell you about that one, D, real quickly. McDonald's, on our burgers, on our, the wrapper, it says 100 pure Australian beef. Now people think, oh, wow, that's amazing. But no, don't be amazed by that. It's a gimmick. Just like when you can call yourself a doctor, but you're not a doctor.
Yeah.
It's registering a business name.
A business
so in other
name.
words, the business name, or they've got the circle and the R in the middle of it. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. That little business. Okay. It says 100% Australian pure beef R. That means right there that it is a company name, and that's how they can get away with it. Do you see how it all works? So these people that buy these burgers are expecting to help their local producers, and they're getting JBS meat from Brazil. So we're all getting equally screwed here as well.
That's true.
Lovely.
There
you go. That's what it means to be an investigative journalist.
There you go. On the fly.
Yes. Sorry, Diane, you keep going.
Okay.
You know what?
Let me add this to the stage. Release the thing so I can add this to the stage.
Yeah.
Got it?
Which is it?
No, I just need to add my slide. Okay. There you go. All right. And there's a couple of questions I want to answer too. We talked about confiscation, fiat money. Okay. The biggest change in one sentence, and so these are all the frequently asked questions about Nesara, is money stops being debt owed to a bank and becomes a value issued by the people's treasury. Who benefits? Citizens, savers, workers, producers, not the banking cartel. We had a question here that went directly to that. Let's try this one here real quick. Are there any provision in Harvey's Nesara for seniors in regards to raising Social Security? Just curious. No, he does not deal with actually raising the amount that you get for Social Security. However, people on a fixed income are greatly benefited by this. Number one, everybody benefits because your dollar is worth $1. In fact, I was running some numbers on what $1 was worth in 1950 and what it is now, what it's worth. And it was staggering. So I'm going to bring that next time. So you have real value for your money, but the things that most lower income people spend their money on is food, rent, medicine, medical services, stuff like that, none of which is taxed. And there's an extensive list in here on what is taxed and what wouldn't be. So you will get to keep more of your money. Now, I know now on our Social Security, I believe we get an 8%, I think it's 8% every year increase as you go along. But he did not address actually the benefit, the Social Security benefit in the Nesara bill. There was another question here.
Sorry, Dee, before you go there, let me just, it's going to go back there again. Just wait a moment. You know where this is going. Look at this. This is their locations. So United States has 110. Guess who's next on that list after that one? Australia with 74 locations now. Look at it from this perspective, Dee. America, how much is your population there in the United States?
Oh, gosh.
What's the population there? Anyone in the chat? Chuck it in there.
Yeah.
Right? It's bigger than Australia, I can tell you right now.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Way bigger. So if you want to compare the pair, realistically speaking, Australia is copying it more than America. Right? Look at the comparison. So 74, they've got 74 locations. In America, they've got 110. But if you go by the population, we're getting screwed more than you.
So I'm wondering, there's 110 what? Are those processing plants? Are they?
Yeah, well, that's what it is, locations. Now, we're getting screwed more than you because our population, say, okay, thanks very much, Steve, Brad and Steve, okay, 330 million, okay? Now, what is Australia's population, guys? What is it? Let's go and have a look at Australia's population. I haven't looked at it for a while, but let's have a look. What is Australia's population currently? It is 27.2 million, right? Now, that's like 330 to 27.2, and isn't even, and you beat us, like, as in population-wise, more of you guys over there. Now, look at that, 74. Now it's a no-brainer. You know what I'm saying, Dee?
Yeah,
we're getting screwed, right?
Yeah, you are.
Yeah, big time. So right at the top, JBS is screwing Australia first. Thank you very much. Now, so United States at 110, Canada at 5, Australia at 74, United Kingdom at 32, Europe has got 4 locations, New Zealand 4 locations, and Mexico 7. Okay, how does that one grab you? I mean, we're getting screwed. All of us are.
And
sorry, guys, but you know what? We have to do something about it.
Charging higher prices, or raising the price, or what's the quality of the meat? All of that kind of stuff we need to look into. Okay, so while we're on the subject, before we go back to Nesara, we just had a question in the comment.
Sorry about that.
No, listen, no, this is to the meat thing. The question was, let me throw this up there real quick. Okay, says, are you familiar with Prime Act, Massey's Bill, HR 4700? So I just pulled it up here.
Yeah, I remember that one. Okay. And it's about they've got to show where it comes from.
Right. And so the bill exempts from federal inspection requirements animals and meats that are slaughtered and prepared at custom animal slaughter facilities. So processing survival interstate meat exemption act. So that's what it's called.
I'm just getting a bit too excited about this because it's really it's like unbelievable how much these tentacles have embedded all over the place. Now, Kathy's from Australia and she's saying, I only eat lamb. Well, they look at this one, love. Okay. Look at that one right there. There's your answer. They provide the lamb as well.
They provide it. Yeah, everything.
There you go.
Yeah.
Right. Look at this. Australia's largest small goods manufacturer and high quality meat. Your lamb comes from them. Look at the United States. Look at that. JBS Food USA provides more than 206 million 4 ounces servings of protein to families in 100 plus countries around. We look at this, guys. We're being screwed. Okay, that's the reality.
Another reason. So
yeah,
to even the playing field. But yes, buy local if you can. So, but now that he's bringing attention to this for a reason. He does everything for a reason. So prices are high, so that people will go, wait a minute, why are prices so high? Well, then he can say, well, hey, this is why. And shine the light on it. I think. Let me go back to
yeah, that's good, Kathy. She buys it local from a local producer. Good on you. Okay, we've got to support our local farmers. We have to make the difference. We can't do this, guys. We can't. You know what I mean? Otherwise, we're part of the problem.
Right. People have to get involved and, get active. Like I said, things will change if you change them. The world will change, but you have to be a part of that. And you have to be proactive. So.
I buy American meat from an American. I buy meat from an American butcher. And you got to ask the question to your butcher: where do you source your meat? Period. Right.
We have several places in the United States, and right where I live, you can actually go down to the. I hate to use this because I don't eat meat very much. I eat very
I don't eat meat. Me either.
You can go down to the slaughterhouse and they bring them in. They're right from and you pick and that kind of stuff, and farm to plate direct. Yeah. So there's a there are avenues that you can and they're grass fed or whatever.
Can you blame?
You got to go and do it.
Look at it from this perspective, D. That's all political motivation, right? So, in other words, President Trump has gone to Venezuela and done his business because of stopping all the drugs and all that kind of stuff, right?
Right.
Now, obviously, Brazil's saying, hey, we're going to screw you over and we're going to use the meat. Now, JBS, Brazil, right? So whatever what's his name, Luigi or something, wherever he's from, from Brazil, the president, okay? And he says to good old JBS, hey, screw over Trump. That's exactly what they're going to do because people don't get it. Like the Fed are politically motivated, right? And they can work that way. Stock market, the same. And they use these financial mechanisms if say the president doesn't do what they're told,
Mm-hmm.
or the no, forget about it.
Right.
You're going to have hell. Okay. And how do they bring on hell? Well, the people voted him in, right? So what do? They manipulate people. So they bring up their interest rates. Like President Trump, he exposed the Fed, didn't he? He
Right.
exposed the Fed for being politically motivated, right?
Right.
Now have a look at this. He's telling Pamela Bondi to investigate, and he's saying again, there's some fishy business going on.
Yeah.
It all makes perfect sense, Steve. They're politically motivated, and they're trying to screw President Trump's administration, him, okay, like they did back in the old days, or when he was 45. In other ways, with the COVID, they brought that one in, okay,
Right.
and all the other business, okay, with the old playbook. They're playing another playbook, which
Yeah.
is screwing around with the food supply, okay? So it all makes perfect sense to me,
It does.
what's
It does.
going on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and they're going to continue to try to get in at different angles. But again, by calling it out, now the where we know, and it'll change. It'll change because once he usually shines the light on something like that, then it
Yes.
gives them reason to publicly do something. You know
I
what I mean?
say that he brings it out, exposes them all.
I think he will. I think he will.
And if Pamela Bondi doesn't do a thing, get rid of that clown. You know what I mean?
Mhm. Yeah.
Get rid of him. You're not doing the job, piss off. You know what I mean? Sorry.
And
That's
he'll
what, if I
do
was the
that.
president, I'd be kicking them all out.
He would, he's you're fired. Isn't that his show? You're fired.
Yeah,
Oh,
but it depends who your influences are as well. Remember, there are certain, but he's got to play the game a certain way as well to expose things.
mhm.
So,
And so there again, the prices are high. Now it's exposed. Now I can, do what he needs to do. Right.
mhm.
Hi. If you had over 250,000 in a bank, wouldn't it make sense to buy shares in banks that are Basel III and making millions of dollars profits if profits go to shareholders? Okay. A little confusing question there, but okay. So if you have shares in a bank, you're a shareholder and it's going to make profits. Okay. In a bank, wouldn't it make sense to buy shares in a bank that are Basel III and making billion profits? Well, how do you know? I don't think being Basel III has anything to do with the bank's performance as far as whether they're making money or not. They have to be Basel III compliant, which prevents them from having a crisis. So I guess with that logic, you could say, yeah, if you're Basel III compliant, then my chances of losing anything over my insured amount are less, right? So, yeah, I would diversify. I think that the diversification is probably the best thing overall. So. But I hope that answers that question.
Now, getting back to the meat one more time. Right, sorry.
You're gonna have to do your own show.
No, I know. I'm sorry, but this is like relating to the economy as to what's
Okay.
going on.
That's true.
Now, we're talking about Brazil, right? So we've exposed Brazil. What about Argentina? Remember President Trump has allowed Argentina to bring in imports, right, of beef? You heard about that, didn't you?
Oh no, I didn't. Mm.
Oh, you didn't? Okay. So basically he's allowed them to bring in beef. But however, let's talk about this. President Trump has also helped Argentina to a tune of, I think, $82 billion, right? Now, to help them, prop them up. Now, think about this. Argentina's Milei, President Milei that's running the show there. Okay. Now, you would think that if I scratch your back, you will scratch America's back, right? You would think that, right? Especially giving $82 billion, right? Now, and also by, importing beef and helping out Argentina. Now, guess what's happened now, D? Mr. Milei has taken that money from the taxpayer. This is the thank you that we get, right? President Trump has said, we build the best of everything, right? In the military, the best submarines, right? Guess where they're buying 3 submarines from? They're buying the submarines from France. So, in other words, the United States is giving them $82 billion, given provisions to import beef, right? And then the thank you is, or I like to call it the royal kick in the nuts, right?
Yeah.
is basically we're going to purchase 3 submarines, not from the United States, but from France.
Yes.
Okay. Now, President Trump wants to see, obviously, where their loyalties lie. Okay. Remember, you got to allow them to commit the crime, so then later on they can cop it or do the time, as we say. Now, do you see what I mean? Look, this is the things that President Trump's doing and exposing
people. Yeah.
Yes, these are
let
genius.
them trip on their own feet.
Yes, I won't interrupt again. Sorry.
No, that's okay. I'm done. Actually,
It's
I think
basically
that
what to
was
do.
my last slide.
You think about it, how does that make you feel? How does that make you feel?
Well, it as a taxpayer, it makes me mad. First of all, it makes me mad
Right.
that we gave them $82 billion.
$billion.
Why? We have enough problems here. I don't like that. No offense, but we have our own problems to solve, and I'm not for just giving our money away.
Okay. Then you got to know where Argentina is connected to, though. You got to know where they're connected.
Okay.
Okay. You know what they're connected to? State of Israel. Everything goes. That's what Q
everything
says.
goes back to Israel.
Oh, don't you worry. It all connects up to there. Now, remember, who is in this cabinet? Right? We need to say a bunch of Zionists that are running this show.
Right. Who have already been paid off by the
Yes.
Right.
So this game has to be played right to the very end. Okay. So he's playing this. He's waiting for the Trump card to be played at one point, or the Trump cards. Okay. Yeah. Do you see how it all works?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, if anybody can do it, he can. So.
Oh, look, this is what I'm saying. Like, people have got to get that he's got to do something in a certain way to bring in a narrative organically. Everything has to make sense to the masses.
Well, just like we were talking just about the meat thing, everything, and it's the same thing with fiscal and monetary and fiscal reform. Okay, you can't just pull the rug, flip a switch, and it would be mass chaos. Bills have to be introduced into Congress, then they go to a committee and they, talk about it, and it goes through the process. And that's the way the constitutional republics do it. That's the way it should be done. So just to say, okay, we're all going to wake up one day and it's going to be, rainbows and unicorns and everybody's, got how did FDR put it? A chicken in every pot. It's not realistic. I'm into what's realistic. Okay, and what can really happen? What is the statistical odds? Okay, and sending us, like I said, into a Mad Max apocalyptic world just does not make any sense to me, and I just can't foresee that being done on purpose.
Well, look at what's happening. So you got all that business going on, meat's going through the roof because it's being manipulated, right? And then you've got the SNAP business, right? That's pissing people off as well.
It is.
Okay. Now, why is this done? Why is this all done? It's to awaken the masses. Remember, you're not going to awaken a sleepwalker by, pleading. No. You've got to bring on the financial pain to awaken them, and then to take it out on those that are responsible. That's exactly what he's doing. Okay, because you saw about what happened with SNAP as well, real quickly.
Oh yeah, I know exactly what's going on with that. So and
with the court case, remember that?
The what one?
With the court, what happened with President Trump?
I didn't see the court case. What did the same court?
So basically, what happened was the court is allowed, or the judge is allowed, President Trump to withhold certain amount of funds, so they only get a certain percentage of the SNAP benefits. Okay, you know what I mean? And then think about what it's doing to people. So you got this. That and this. Then you got all the people are going to not be able to go to places because of the shutdown, right? Because the airports are closing down. Now remember, this is all happening organically, and they won't be able to make probably Thanksgiving. Okay, so obviously it's pissing people off left, right, and center, and it's been done by design to awaken people.
Right.
Yeah. What do you think?
Oh, I agree, and so that change is brought about, or organically, like you said. The SNAP thing is is a prime example. It's twofold. There are a great many people that need those benefits, right? They really do. In fact, in the industry that I've worked in for a long time, people who are getting out of treatment facilities or new in recovery, they get those benefits for a certain length of time while they get back on their feet. Okay. However, you also have to understand that we, especially here in the United States and in the southern part of the United States, have watched generational abuse of the system. Okay. And I mean generational. And so you're going to have that debate whether, some people are going to say, I don't care, turn it all off. And then, you can have people say that, well, wait a minute, what about the people who really do need it? But that's got to come to light. And you're not going to get the fraud and abuse out and expose it until you cut it off. And that's exactly what's happened. It's just another method of weaving this in, right? We talked about spending, talked about how to lower the government spending, and that's just another way to bring that to light so we can have the discussion about it. Yeah,
because you think about it, you need number one, an opportunity to clean up shop, right? So you said SNAP has been abused. So you think about it, it gives, what's that gentleman's name? The one that's doing the auditing? Yeah, Darth Vader, I call him, or President Trump calls him. Yeah, that one right there. He's giving him the time to go and audit everything. Okay? This is what I'm saying. It's painful now because it's also got its purpose to awaken. How do you awaken a sleepwalker? As I said, you're going to sit there and plead him to wake up? No. You know what that means? Nothing. Right?
Right.
They need, and I've said this for many years, Dee, those that watch my show, I've said it over and over and over again. Right? We're along for the ride, guys. However, it's good to know what's going on, or would you rather be on the opposite side where you don't?
Yeah.
And just getting pissed off. Right.
And getting frustrated. But if you know things are happening for a reason and you can see that, and the more educated you are and the more things that you know are the truth, then you can see the big picture and you can watch it. What do they say? Enjoy the show. Watch it happen. But like you pointed out in the beginning, you've got to remove yourself, observe, not absorb, keep your faculties about you, make good common sense decisions. I saw a comment here. Let me jump on this one real quick.
And I know people are doing it hard. We're all doing it hard, guys. We just got to look. We've got to grab our, you know what? I was going to say it. You know what I mean? Okay. And grow. And those that don't have them, grow some. You know what I mean?
Right.
You got to be prepared to do what you got to do. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Priorities are priorities. Okay. Readjust your priorities. Okay.
Yeah.
There are those people that smoke, drink, this, that, the other. Get rid of it. Look, I know it's not easy, especially now with things.
You're talking to a smoker, so you know.
Yeah, I know. I am
dangerous territory. There.
Yeah, I'm still going to tell you off. No, that's okay. You know what you're doing.
I expect you to.
Look, because I'm a reformed one. So,
so is my husband.
This is the thing, guys. I've always said it. Towards the end, it's going to be hell on earth. Those that have been watching me for years, go and watch my shows that I've been talking many times and saying it right over and over again. Now, people will say, oh, yes, FCB. No, you didn't know what I was talking about. I even used to say, Dee, this as well. Towards the end, and I had heaps of people that used to watch me compared to what I have now. So I had a bigger audience. I said, those that are watching me now, not all of you are going to be here. The majority aren't. Go and watch my previous shows. I always said it.
Yeah.
And sure enough, everything that I have said has been true because this is the road least traveled.
Yes, it is.
It is the hard road. You know what I mean?
It is the way. Yeah, absolutely right. It is the road less traveled. I can concur with that. The one says, my wife got her SNAP Friday and she's on disability income. I'm so thrilled about that. That warms my heart. See, these are people that need these benefits. And, you know, here in America, we are one of the most generous countries ever. We want to help people. So I'm glad that happened. And God bless you. So I hope it keeps coming. So,
Awesome.
that was it. So, seems like I had something else, but I can't remember now.
Look, this is another thing. All right, I know EJ's been going off his nut here, right? Sorry. I get it. I know you're frustrated. I know you're angry, but remember this, okay? Let's go back to the days of World War II. That took 6 years. And that was a war that was funded both sides by the evil, shall we say, the Rothschilds and all that. They did both sides of the coin. They played the game, right? We're talking about getting rid of the world's evil, destroying and getting rid of this whole debt slavery system that we're in, okay? Now, you got to remember, and I've said this as well, that you got people that are indoctrinated, right? They believe that having compound interest and all that and all debt slavery is all normal. It's ingrained in them. It's embedded in them. They watch their superstars like Obama, you know, they loved all them,
Right.
all the stars, Oprah and all the rest of them. Hillary, they even loved, right? I remember when she came here, they were rolling up the red carpet, okay? Even when Obama came, right? Now, we know they're a bunch of degenerates, okay? Now, you're thinking about these people that they're going to put them in jail in the slammer. That's why Q says it has to be done later, right? If they were to do that from the very beginning, they will fight the very system that enslaves them, okay? So they would say, okay, for example, they stop the mortgage business, right? They'd ring up the bank and say, what's going on? I need to pay my mortgage. You know what I mean? That's the system that we're in, okay? And there's all these layers of indoctrination. Now, you think about this. President Trump has to undo all that. Now, how did he do that? First, he exposed fake news, the arm of propaganda, okay, of the deep state, right? And they've been manipulating. Now, President Trump he's been awakening, right, the masses. Now, think about this. Has had to take this long, guys. Otherwise, we'd be in civil war. That's what he didn't want, okay? So we really got to be in the attitude of gratitude to President Trump. He didn't, as he said, I had the life of the best man, you know, shooting golf and all that sort of stuff, okay? He didn't need this shit. No. Let's be honest, okay? He didn't need it. Multi-billionaire, golf courses everywhere, hotels, best food, best life, best everything. He didn't need to put his family in jeopardy, right? Himself in jeopardy. Let's be honest. You know, let's get right down to it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, he didn't need any of it. In fact, he exposed the people that used to be in his circle, right? That's what he did.
He didn't want to join their club, but he took notes and he remembered and he never forgot anything. And like I said, like to your point, he is doing this systematically, organically, and he's letting people wake up. And some of us just some people get to all faster than others. Some people were there from the beginning, and we've seen this. And people like me who were raised by Harvey saw it a long time ago, right?
Yes.
And a lot of those, we were talking about people who would go up and say, I'm here to pay my mortgage, you know, and stuff like that are indoctrinated into the system. He goes into a lot of that in the book. What I say, you know, if I could change the name of the book, it would be How They Got Over on Us, because he talks about the history and he explains in very simple terms how we ended up here, and on a monetary way, this is the way out. But like you're pointing out, and we've said so many times, you cannot get to good, logical, fair systems when you got all the bad guys. You can't get a fair trial. You got these judges up there, they're going to vote against you. If you had, like you pointed out, the arrest in the beginning, nothing would have happened. They'd have gotten off, you know. You've got to expose it from the belly up. So,
well, you think about it. I mean, they start throwing in all these, shall we say, Obamas and Hillary at the beginning, okay? Start throwing all the world leaders in. And if you think about it, these people are, shall we say, they're infatuated. They admire them to that level. The stars, they admire them. Okay, you think about that for a moment. Had they done that, civil war, Okay, people got to get it. You're dealing with people. You can get rid of the cabal, the deep state, but then you're left with the damaged goods, which is mankind. Okay, that they've got this system that has been embedded. It's really embedded in them. Now you've got to undo all that. Now you think about that kind of task on your hands. Think about what that man has had to do. He hasn't got just America on his shoulders. He's got the whole world on his shoulders. In fact, you should call him Atlas, the Greek god, the one with the bloody world on his shoulders. That's what you should call him. I mean, it doesn't surprise me, Atlas, 3-eye. Yeah, they might as well put a picture of Trump there holding the bloody Atlas on him.
There's a whole bunch of panels about that too. Let's not go down that rabbit hole today.
Yeah, no, we can talk about it another time. But I'm just trying to liken President Trump as to Atlas. Now, for those who don't know what Atlas is, he is the god. Okay, so he's like a god with the bloody, like the world on his shoulders is depicted like that, right? Mm-hmm. So this is what I'm saying. We got to get into that space where I know we get frustrated with President Trump because of all the things that, he has to play the game. He has to seem that he's part of the deep state, you know what I mean, to get them comfortable. Remember that, you got to lure them into the trap, right? And in the end, in Greek what we call a trap? A fucker. That's what it's called.
Okay.
It literally is called a fucker. I'm serious.
Okay, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's a Greek word for trap.
For trap.
So in the end, they get fucked. You know what I mean? So it's literally that's what it means. Okay. So President Trump is waiting to get him into the trap. Mm-hmm. Okay. But you got to play the game. You got to make him feel comfortable. You got to remember friends close, enemies closer. You got to remember that, guys. And don't allow your emotions to get the better of you. You're not going to make it. You need to stay logical and you need to stay detached from the emotion. Otherwise, forget about it. Mm-hmm. I think it's very important that we speak about this, Steve, because a lot of people out there,
yeah, they need to stay, like I said, you said focused and detached, but they need to be educated on the truth. Okay.
Well, that's what we do.
I think
here.
That's what you and I do here is we try to weed it out, and say, okay, this we have some facts, evidence, receipts that support this, and don't support that. And it's always said, buyer beware. You've got to use your own discernment. And again, look at your priorities, like you pointed out earlier. What's important to you, your family, and taking care of them, and don't worry about the rest of it. You always have to ask yourself, what am I consuming? And it don't just mean food. What am I allowing into my space? What am I watching? News wise, social media wise, that kind of stuff. Am I engaging with my community? Am I trying to make a difference? So all of those things are, you need to take into consideration.
You see how quickly we shifted into an attitude of gratitude, guys? Do you see? Mm-hmm. How everyone, see the chat right now. So there were people like in fear mode, allowing the devil's workshop to operate. And by basically going back, revisiting what President Trump has done very briefly and very quickly, we get into that attitude of gratitude as to what he's doing. Because he didn't need all this. He didn't. Let's be honest. And think about why they chose him. Sorry?
We would be a lot worse off. I mean, when you look at the plan, what they had the 12-year plan, and I think Hillary was supposed to bring it on home.
16
years. Okay, I couldn't. And bring that on home, and it would be over.
See, now we are blessed.
No chance at freedom and sovereignty.
You know what they needed? They needed a D and FCB attitude adjuster. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like we just did right now.
Well, that's good. and people, and I'd have to take myself in hand too, and because that fear will get the best of you, and especially, like I said, we're sitting on the edge of retirement. We've got a lot on the line here, and so it's very scary, but then I have to pull back and say, okay, wait a minute, what's really important here? Where do I need to and be grateful, look around and say, oh my gosh, I'm so thankful every day.
I could see
what's going to happen now. It just changes everything.
I could see Captain Kyle sitting there writing notes with what you're saying, and using it for his next show and sort of regurgitating it and changing the words around. You know what I mean?
I noticed that he had pulled a few things from our previous shows. So
he has.
Yeah.
Very interesting, isn't that one? That I use certain phrases. We use certain phrases, and then somehow it seems to manifest on his podcast, which is very interesting. Obviously, he does listen, or I'm sure he does pay attention.
Right.
I hope you paid attention to what I was saying, Kyle, because you're probably writing it down for your next show. And then while you're at it, why don't you write down the answers so when we can have a show together and we can, talk about how you come to those conclusions.
Yeah, I would like to know. And again, like I said, I have a very open mind, and I will entertain anything as long as it's can be rooted in fact. My Miss Jean always had a saying. She said, open-mindedness is great. She said, but don't be so open-minded that your brains fall out.
You gotta have some logic.
It's a life lesson there for Miss Jean.
I think we got to have Jean on the show. Guys, what do you reckon?
Yeah.
We got to have Jean on the show, and we're going to have an amazing time. And unplugged, like I said, unfiltered, raw, the whole business.
Unplugged, yeah.
Okay, swearing and all, raw Jean. That's all we ask for.
I don't think she curses, but
that's okay. She will by the end of it.
But she can be entertaining. So yeah, we'll get her on here. I'll ask her what she's doing next week.
Guys in the chat? Who wants to see Jean here live on the Real Nesara Show? How great would that be? Come on, guys, flood the chat. Let's see what you think. Yes to Jean.
Go over there and leave a comment in the comment section, not just on the chat, but leave a comment in the comment section.
Yes.
And say, I'd like to see Jean in the comments. And now while you're over there, you can give a thumbs up. So.
Yeah, good. Yeah. Go in the comment section and let's be more specific.
So I can go back later and count. So.
Go in the detail section
I'll go
of this video.
I read everybody's comment. I do. Every show.
Everyone's saying, bring Jean.
Bring Jean.
Okay. Yes, and Jean is definitely going to come, and we're going to have an amazing show. And it'll be just like anything you want to ask, you know what I mean?
All right.
Bring it on. Everyone's saying, look at this.
I think we got a unanimous there.
Yeah, we do.
Let me share something one more time here on your stage. I think, do I still have
You'll be fun. Just add this one. I can see it right now. Having Jean on one, because I've got to extend the screens here, make more screens. And then having Captain Kyle as well. And then
not at the same time.
You can talk about his Nesara business.
Yeah.
And let's see what Jean has to say to that one.
To that, but she has a lot of ideas and that are current. She's always saying, well, what about this? And what about that? And I can see how this relates. So I think she's going to be bringing a more serious minded, solution driven, now if you ask her something about them, she'll tell you. But she's a very, very intelligent woman. And she's, like I said, she's looking for a solution. She was the one that was telling me about the housing situation in BlackRock and stuff like that. And I looked at her like, how do you know that? And she said, I know stuff. I said, okay. All right. So, it'd be amazing to see how she relates our current events to, the Nesara and just generally what's going on and her impressions of those things being someone, that's almost 80. I think it would be fun. So.
Did your dad, did he know about quantum mechanics or quantum physics and stuff like that?
Oh my gosh, yes.
Oh,
yeah. Oh yeah.
Your mom?
My mom had to keep up. I don't know if you remember in the interview, she said
yes.
She had to, read and keep up with and like I said, geology is one of her favorite things, but geology, anthropology, archaeology, quantum physics, high math, all that kind of stuff to be able to talk with him and keep up with him. And so as an only child, when I grew up, that's the world I came from.
Awesome.
It was a science household. Okay. And so that's where we, like I said, that's where I grew up. And so everything was factual based. And I always remember when I was a kid, you got asked a question, you better have an answer. And I don't know was not an answer. So
I like that. You have a question, you better have an answer.
You have an answer, and I don't know what
not a dodgy fiction answer. None of that. It's got to be factual,
Yeah.
if you know what I mean.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I want to share my Facebook page out here real quick because I have a
Yes,
little
go for
survey
it.
on here I want to point out to people. If you go, oops, did I do it? Okay. If you go to our Facebook page, which you can get to by going to the website and clicking on the link, the very first post here is a little survey. And you can go in and take it. It just asks some questions, basically. And I've had it up here for a while and I forget to mention it. But I take all of this in and make a pie chart. You do not have to leave your information. It has a spot for you to leave your email address, but you don't have to do that. And the reason I point that out is because I don't want people thinking that I'm going to contact them. I will never fill up your inbox with useless emails or anything like that. I don't like it. I know you don't like it. But it's just curious, it's just information that we would like to have some numbers on. So if you get a chance, just hop on over to the Facebook page. Follow us if you can. And I put out little ads and different things all the time. But take that survey for us. And what we'll do is I'll break it down and we'll have a pie chart and see where we're at. So
That's
thanks.
awesome. I'll go and do a 2D.
Okay, great.
I'll jump on and do, your survey. And yeah, please support the Nesara Institute, guys. Okay.
Yeah.
You want to go through that 2D?
Sure. Let me just jump back over here real quick. Again, here is our website, nesarainstitute.com. And you can get information on Harvey. You can have a direct link to buy the book. Again, it's available in paperback and also on Kindle version, and on the Barnes & Noble, it's on their online version. And I have found with my Kindle, a lot of people have asked for us to put it on audio, but I know my Kindle will read to me. So we are going to look into putting it on audio for a few people have been requesting it. So we're going to, take that seriously and try to get that done. A lot of information about Harvey. Like I said, an interview that he did years ago. It's wonderful to hear that. The blog has really good information. I put a lot of information on our Facebook page, but these have some articles and stuff that you can share with people. I just please, feel free to download and share with anybody. We also have the Nesara swag, and this is just a little store I started to basically at FC's request. And then I thought, well, I want to help Jean. She's almost 80 and she is still working because she has a mortgage, and we are trying to get that paid off for her as quickly as we can. So any profits that we get from that go directly to that principal. So it helps us out a lot. If you can support us that way, we certainly do appreciate it.
Awesome.
Here, so that's that, and we appreciate all of y'all tuning in and listening to us.
Yes, we do. Now, any questions, guys? Any more questions? Please, we're giving you a 5-minute warning.
Yeah,
okay?
We'll give you 5 minutes. And
chuck it in the chat, please. Q in front and your question following after that, okay? Because we would like to hear from you, okay? And obviously you got a lot of questions that you would like answered. So now is the time. I mean,
Oh, yeah, it is. I just saw a comment that said Atlas shrugged, and I believe there is a quote in here from that. So
okay, go for it.
Yeah. Harvey. No, I don't know where it is, but I just remember in my studying, I think, I saw that. So Harvey did use that. I'm just scrolling up to the comments to see if there was a question that I may have missed earlier.
Did you get any emails regarding any other, shall we say,
I think I did. Did I send
characters?
you one? Did I send you the last one I got? It was a letter.
Let's have a look, shall we?
Okay. It was a letter that was sent.
Where did you send it to?
Viewer. Oh, I'll probably send it to your email. Let me jump over to my
okay, let's have a look.
We'll go right here. And let's go.
Look, I've had had quite a few, and it's like, guys, we got to start using it this sermon, Like Captain Cole said, what's funny? They said all the garbage, and then at the end, it's like, Anyone that talks garbage or anyone that talks about emotions and fear porn, and they're doing it all, by the way, everything they're saying not to follow,
Right.
they're the ones that are doing it, right? No, you shouldn't be following him and use your discernment. Yeah, take Captain Kyle's advice and use his discernment on the crap that he keeps spinning out there. That's what I reckon.
I've got okay, we had a viewer that sent us a letter. I'm going to read what she says real quick, but I don't want to put it on the screen. I mean, I can put the letter on the screen.
God, here we go.
Do you have it?
I just saw it.
Okay. So it says, I'm forwarding you this so that you can get it to President Trump. I'm in Canada.
Let me see if I can do some business with it, D,
Okay.
and then we can show it up on the screen.
Okay. This is how brazen they are and so disrespectful to your president.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's a letter. And it says the office of Donald J. Trump. Does not say President Trump. It says Donald J. Trump. It says, I think it says Q4 2025, which is Q4 2025. If you can, if you can snip it and screenshot it, we'll get it up there.
Yeah. I've exposed this clown many times, Mr. Ezra Cohen. Okay.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, no, he's forget about it. Let
me go to this.
He's like a notorious, shall we say, clickbait piece of shit. Okay. Honestly, when are they going to stop with this crap? Never, I suppose. Sorry,
okay.
Dave, but there's no other way to describe these characters. It's just unbelievable.
I just scanned this QR code and I'll just read where it took me.
I've got it right here if you want.
You got it? Okay.
Let me see if I can show you. Making sure that everything else is out. Okay. Let me just add that to the screen. Can you see that?
Let me blow this up.
Boom. QAnon D-class. Okay. What does Q say? First rule off the bat. What does Q tell us, D? You know what that means. There's no QAnon, right?
There's no QAnon. That's right.
Right? So, in other words, this character's going on with Q drop, right? So, it obviously goes to show how much he pays attention to the Q drops, right?
Right.
Let's be honest. Q says, and he goes, QAnon D-class. The moment you see that, it's like, you bombed it straight away. Straight off the bat, you bullshitted, QAnon, I want to find that drop where Q says, there's no QAnon. There's only Q and there's only Anon. And if he'd known better, right, that he wouldn't have put that there. But obviously, no. These idiots, they just don't know when to give up their garbage. Now, let me see if I can find it.
Did you go to what the QR code was at the bottom of that letter? Did you scan that?
I didn't do that.
Okay.
Love, unless you want to do that. And then I'm going to get sorted here.
Okay. I'm going to read while you're sorting. Because I did it on my phone, so I'm going to read. So what it is that they sent this letter out, and it has the office of Donald Trump and blah, 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 blah. And there's a QR code at the bottom. So I scan the QR code, and it comes up on my phone. And it says, Trump, make America great. It's got, looks like his symbol. And it says, dear patriot and friends, since you are here, you probably received my letter. So, going directly to the letter. A letter sent to you and took my advice to open this website. I want you to know I don't want to give you empty words. On the contrary, I want you to watch the video. So he's got the video link. Okay. But at the bottom, it says, click here to get your Dogecoin now, DOGE coin now.
Have you got that on the screen or?
No, it's on my phone. I'd have to screenshot it and do all that. I'm not going. But I will send this to you, and we can do the video for next week.
Okay.
But what I found so curious was that, of course, they have his signature on this letter, like how he does, and then it says Office of Donald J. Trump, no president. So.
Right.
But anyway, I want to thank the viewer for sending this to us. So appreciate that.
Yeah, we thank her very much. We know who she is.
Yes.
Now, boom, Q&A, D-class, Scalar Tech. Remember when I spoke about Scalar Technology and that's all factual? And they're linking it to the medbed. So they're doing a backflip, right? like I've shown you before, right?
Right.
And Amiga leak. Yeah, what is it? The Amiga waves? Is it the Amiga scam? What are you talking about here? Okay. Big Pharma poison empire, burn it. Okay, yeah, the red pill. Realistically speaking, the red pill, you haven't taken it. And you shouldn't be putting Q drop references there. Okay, let's just go through this, D, because it's ridiculous, right? Real quickly. Okay. Now, what does Q says? This one apparently doesn't read his Q drops. Okay. Q says this. Q drop 4881. Lovely, isn't it?
Yeah.
Okay. There is Q number 1. There is anon number 2. There is no QAnon media label as QAnon as a method deliberately to combine, attach Q to comments, theories, suggestions, statements, and actions made by 2, right? What happens when you cannot attack the information from the primary source, number 1, Q? Do you attack the typecast, which is that thing, right? Through the use of others. Not all anons are authentic. Yes, you can add that one right there. Here's not all anons are authentic. Just like this character known as, there we go, Ezra Cohen, that clown, all right? Now, he's going on about Q drop 133 to do with scale. Q drop 133 has nothing to do with scalar, right? It is ridiculous, D. It's so ridiculous. It's honestly, it's become a joke that people don't even bother to read the Q drops. Now, drop 33 has to do with the House of Sword, Rothschilds, Soros's, right? How it goes in about think war, feeder, slush funds, blah, 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 eye of providence, follow the bloodlines. What is the keystone? And what they're trying to do is scalar equals the key. Really has nothing to do with scalar technology. D, let's have a look at that drop here.
Yeah, okay, so is that 133 or 33? 133. Okay.
Right,
there you go.
Look at that there. Does it say anything to do, okay, keystone, right? Now, what that means is up the top is something that joins the 3 together. Now, let's talk about the keystone that they blew off at good old Georgia Stones, right? You remember that one?
I think.
The capstone, or they call it the keystone up the top.
That's a keystone in architecture.
Yeah. So it connects, right? So it goes on about this stuff here, right? Where does he come up with the idea to add in scalar? Where? It doesn't make any logical sense. Look. We reclaimed it. And then we go medbed scalar. See, they're tying in the medbed, the label, with the scalar, right? So do you see all this? Right?
Yes.
It goes on and on and on. And wake up, warriors. No, you should wake up, right? Scalar equals God's hammer. Really? Where do you come up with? Where do these idiots come up with this stuff? Seriously.
Yeah.
He couldn't even get the first one right. Boom, QAnon D class. And you just bombed it from the very beginning. All right, it heals you in 72 hours. What does it heal you from? What are you claiming? Nothing.
Right. Nothing.
It's basically zero. Shall we say, number one, there's no, what are you claiming? Are you saying what Captain Kyle's saying about the DNA, resetting your DNA? Is it going to grow your limbs or whatever? It heals you in 72 hours. And you see, look at this, D. Already, I've proven it over and over again. And then we've got the palladium crystals, lattice. I mean, where do they come up with this stuff?
Well, and again, it's pulling all that stuff in. Remember how we talked about you have the con, and you're it's working on one level, right? But then there are so many other segments of society. You've got the people who are want to deal with political reform. You have people who want on the more religious beliefs. People who are what they call the new age or a new beliefs segment of society, and and so you begin to weave this stuff, and you get them all. why specialize when I can have everybody, right? By appealing, how can I put you in this car today? They're going to tell you whatever they want, and they're going to look at what segment of society you're in and say, okay, this is what they like. So we're going to, and they just keep building and building and building. Now, the scalar energy, we talked about that in pre-so, and I would like to do a show on that and show some information, because it is, there is scalar technology, and it has been beneficial for some people. For different.
But you see what I mean? How they tie it in now? They're trying to do a backflip, right? So from all that artificial intelligence videos and pictures and the lies and the deception, now they're trying to find a way of grounding all that and making people like, okay, the Men in Black, he got that little zappity thing, right? That zaps your brain away and you forget about everything.
Oh, yeah.
That's what they do to their followers, okay?
Right.
So they press that little button and they, what fake medbed? No.
We were talking about scalar, yeah. And here's what the scalar is, which is, like I said, legitimate. So, right. And well, that's their exit strategy, right? Like you said, they're trying to wiggle back.
Well, Jason Shirker's doing it. I've been watching him with Don't You Worry with great intent. And he went from all the fake medbeds, I've shown in the Kraken all the crap that he had some insider with you can't see his face and all that kind of crap. That's exactly how they operate, little theatrics and all that, smoke and mirrors. And then he's trying to backflip into the scalar, right?
Yeah.
And that's what they're doing. They're trying to find, now, don't be surprised you see good old Captain Kyle jump in there as well, because he's going to try and, I know how you work, Kyle. Don't you worry about that one.
Right.
Okay? You're going to try and talk your way out of the bullshit that you've been saying for years now. Okay, that's how they operate.
Yeah. And sure, yeah, they're going to start to. Oh no, well, actually, I heard another example, and I believe it was. I told you Dr. Scott Young was talking about the QFS, and you said you had listened before when he was actually promoting.
Yes.
When I listened to him, he was saying, no, QFS is what we described tonight. It is a system of communication between institutions that transmits data and for, payments and that kind of stuff.
He was using it as the ISO 222. He was
okay. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, so again, there's another example of kind of
look at this.
reverse. Okay.
What is ISO 222? A single universal format for receiving financial electronic messages, information between all financial institutions, and a standard implemented worldwide. This contains improved fraud protection measures, faster processing time. That's why you get that instantaneous processing, okay? Because it's more accurate and it's instant, real-time payments. Now, he jumped up and down on stage. Good old Charlie Ward, remember that one? I got him jumping up and down the stage and saying, I'm the speaker of the QFS, and by the way, it just went live. You know what I mean?
Right.
Do that little theatrics in front of all those people. Now, if I was those people, I'd be asking for my money back right now. Okay? Yeah. Obviously, no, he's sick now and you can't get your money back. Forget about it. So do you see what I mean, D? And this is the scam. We know that the QFS is a scam, okay? And it continues to be a scam. Look at this. Is the quantum financial system real? The quantum of the concept of the quantum financial system discussed on online communities. There you go.
Right.
Discussed.
In the context of various conspiracy
online communities. That's the key word right there.
Right.
Various conspiracy theories. There you go. And financial speculation. So it's all there, D, right? Look at them. It says it there. Coincodex.com, right?
All right.
Now,
well, here's the big part. It says in many cases, users are promoting a certain investment or cryptocurrency that is said to benefit when the QFS supposedly comes into effect. That's therein lies the con.
Oh, don't you worry. The con lies in every direction. Yeah. And I mean, look at this. You got it here. Look at this. This is their website, the bullshit website, which I've been on. Quantum financial system. And then yeah, you know what I'm talking about. Look at that. They got look, there we go. There we go. So they use let's go back to the facts, right?
All right.
So President Trump created what they call the Quantum Initiative Act in 2018, right?
Right.
So they're showing him doing this, and it's sort of validating shall we say, the fiction. Do you know what I mean? So it's
Right.
how they work, right? And look at this. So they got Happy Quantum Day, DARPA announced Stage A Quantum, blah, blah, blah. And it just looks like look at this. And then they're apparently their partners.
Mm-hmm.
Are you serious? I'm going to ring up XRP or Ripple, and I'm going to try and get one of them on the show. That'd be great. Just
That
to
would be
screw them
great.
all up.
Yeah.
Right? Imagine this, right?
Yeah.
So I contacted Ripple, and I was just saying, listen, there's a lot of talk going around the place, and I want to mean around the place, there's a lot of millions of people they've been lying to, that apparently XRP is backed by gold. Is that correct? No, sir. Can I have you come on the show and declare it? How good would that be?
Will they do it?
Oh, I'm sure. Look, if they want the truth to get out there, or they might even do a formal letter, who knows? You know what I mean?
Okay.
Even that would be good enough.
That would be great.
But it'd be great to have even a representative come on the show or even pre-record and send it to me and then play it. Okay, that would be great.
I
Or,
would.
oh, look, that would be a killer for them. And then they'll say, oh, no, you know what they'll say? Oh, no. It's I've signed an NDA. Get it, you say that. I've signed an NDA. I really know what's going on, but I can't tell you, just like Captain Kyle. I can't tell you about Palantir. I can't tell you.
That's just crazy.
It is. The whole thing is crazy. And you know what's even crazy? That people believe it. That's the thing.
Well, yeah, but we've been back to that same thing. People are they're scared, and they're going to reach out for the first thing in the absence of a solid plan. And right now, everything is and the fear has been instilled in them, right? Right, because things are uncertain. We always live in an uncertain world. So these fearmongers have instilled that in them, right? And they're going to continue to go back because they make them feel safe, and they make them feel secure, and they make them feel like they're going to be taken care of, and there's a plan and that kind of stuff. And what people have got to realize is you make your own plan, right? Your life is yours, and you have to make your decisions. And again, back to stepping back, looking at what's real, looking at what's not, making your priorities. And they take advantage of people. And
I've got another little slide to show you. There we go. There's another website. Is the Ledger Quantum Financial System a scam? Okay, it's a buzzword bombardment. There you go, right? It's exactly what I said. Like medbeds, like the RV, like the QFS, like everything else. A buzzword bombardment. Couldn't explain it even better than that.
That's great. Yeah.
Yeah, I love that one. Now, Ledger Affinity Scam. There we go. It's right there.
Yeah.
Common tactics used in the QFS scam. Look at this. Read that, D. False promises.
False promises of high returns. Scammers may advertise investment opportunities within the QFS, promising substantial returns with minimal risk. These claims are typically fabricated to lure victims into investing money.
Impersonation of trusted entities. Now, think about that one. When I think about that, I think about this, right? As in the one where they were talking about trusted entities, right? You see what I mean? So, impersonation of trusted entities. Reputable organizations, government agencies, yes, like President Trump, financial institutions to gain the victim's trust right there.
Yeah.
Right? Continue on.
Phishing attempts. Scammers may send unsolicited emails or messages containing links to fake websites that resemble legitimate financial platforms. These sites are designed to steal personal information or prompt users to download malware. It is crucial to verify the authenticity of any communication before clicking on links or providing personal details. It's getting late. Manipulation and coercion. In some cases, scammers build a rapport with victims over time, gaining their trust before introducing the QFS investment opportunity. They may use emotional manipulation or threats to pressure individuals into transferring funds or sharing sensitive information. Now, I want to ask a question. It took you how long? You went. But
I've got it all done, and there was some.
Well, I know that, but I mean, if you were searching on the internet, it took,
you just got to use your brain.
I know that's what I'm saying. I pull up stuff and say, okay, that took me 3 seconds to find out that this is at least questionable. if not completely
Mhm.
bogus, right? So that's the thing we've got to drive home is people have to do their own homework.
Read that one.
The Great Con Awakening, network of con artists working together, echo chamber effect. You can tell who you are dealing with just by the company they keep. Guilty by association. Oh, that's cute.
Oh, look, and this is what I'm saying. This is, look at this. Factual con artists often blend factual. Remember what I said before?
Right.
Factual elements with fiction embellishments. So
Yeah.
spot on there.
Mhm.
Tactics allow them to gain their victims' trust and exploit their vulnerabilities, right?
Right.
So to deceive and manipulate and create a believable, so mixing the factual elements with the fictitious embellishments to deceive and manipulate and create a believable yet ultimately false narrative, right? You're
Right.
seeing it right there. Now, it says here, using real names and events, right? So this is how they work. Con artists may incorporate real people, places, and events. So that's, remember the Dove of Wonder? She does certain things like that. And into their stories to make them seem more credible. For example, they might claim to know a prominent figure to allude to recent news stories to establish a connection with the victim. That makes perfect sense, doesn't it? How they sit there, like Charlie Ward will sit there and, play golf with Eric or do photos with Eric, or they go around taking photos and then they say, you can trust us because we took a photo with Trump or we took a photo with Eric, or you know what I mean?
Right.
They'll take a photo with anyone, right? Providing you know somebody on the inside, obviously. And they probably know that you're conning them, and that's why they're allowing you to do what you're doing, because in the end, you're going to get screwed, okay? Creating a false sense of urgency.
Yeah.
Now, read that one. That's to do with FOMO.
Con artists frequently use time-sensitive situations or exclusive opportunities to pursue their victims and to pressure their victims into making quick decisions without proper reflection. They might claim that a limited time offer or rare investment opportunity will soon disappear, creating a sense of fear of missing out. And that's
yeah, did you hear about one scam? There was a gentleman by the name, I don't know, he changed his name, Phil Godlowski, but he changed his name to everything. Now, he went out there and he said during the time of COVID that they came up with this thing and they latched onto some doctor artist, right? I'll call him Dr. Bullshit Artist, right? They went around saying that there's venom in the water supply. And then what did Mr. Phil Godlowski do, as a good con artist does, is he found a filter, a water filter that he claimed, removes the venom. And he went and sold a shitload of them. And then the company said, no, we don't claim that. We don't claim that. And then he did a backflip. Oh, no, it wasn't, was a friend. He always comes up with some excuse, right? And it's like, during the time, I can't help you if you're dead, if you don't get my filter. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
That's exactly how they operate. So fear of missing out. And then think about this, exploiting emotions and clouding the judgment of their victims. So the victim's judgment, right? Clouding their victim's judgment, right? And making them more susceptible to their scam. So what they do is they play the game like, there we go, look at this. Con artists adapt, identifying and manipulating their victims' emotion. Now, have a look at Charlie Ward. He went and did that fake whole little business that I exposed, remember?
Right, yeah.
With a picture. And that was plucking on the heartstrings of everybody. And they're saying, where could we donate to Charlie? You know what I mean? We feel sorry for him. That was plucking on their emotions and their compassion right there, right? And what they do is they use greed and fear as well, such as greed and fear. So they invoke the greed in people. Oh, you want to be as successful like me? You know what I mean? You got to do this. You got to go and buy my virtual gold. You got to go and do a song and dance, right?
Right.
They play on the emotions and they cloud the victim. So normally a person in their right frame of mind wouldn't buy their garbage, but because they do this little emotional song and dance, that they're susceptible to their schemes.
Right.
You
We
know
just
what I
had
mean?
a comment. Can I put this on the screen? Because I think
go for it.
I think this is appropriate. It says, I've been kicked off 3 truthers, in quotes there, chats tonight for questions about events that have not happened and asking for proof. Weird how they should ban me for asking. Ha ha ha. Good for you. I don't know who that is, but you go. I love it. I love it.
I love it. Well done. It's NT. Stop changing my name. Love it. We should all be doing that. We should all be taking a page out of that book right there.
That's right.
And
Good
you know,
job.
I don't know. Let me tell you what I call them: fakers. If we are the real truthers, they are the fakers. Okay, in this, shall we say, equation.
Yeah.
No. Everyone should do it, guys. Everyone should go over there and basically, we heard about the QFS. Where's your proof about that?
Well,
where's your
and you
proof
can
of-
tell them
Yeah.
that they can invite us on their show.
Oh yes,
The
yes,
river
yes.
flows both ways. I'll, and if you don't want to come on this one, hey, invite me on yours. I still come bearing.
I'm not going to leave you alone.
yeah.
You realize that? I'm going to come
no,
with you.
no.
No, you and I are like
we go together.
yeah, two peas in the pod, and yeah, two hammers.
Oh no, we'll come there and have a civil discussion. So
Yes. Now read the last part, D.
the last part. Oh, of the.
Yeah, I've got it.
Okay, I got it. Well, okay. The combination of factual evidence elements. Excuse me, with fabricated details makes it challenging for victims to discern the truth, as the con artist narrative appears plausible on the surface. This is why it is crucial to be skeptical of individuals who make extravagant claims or pressure you into making hasty decisions without proper verification. Yeah.
I mean, that's pretty good advice, isn't it?
Yeah, it's great advice. It's great advice. Yeah. And that's what people should do. You just, if something seems urgent, if there's a sense of urgency, take a deep breath and ask yourself, how urgent is this? What am I going to lose? What is it worth it? And just ask yourself, just stop, be still, ask yourself a couple of questions.
And another thing people got to stop doing is, okay, we need to take responsibility. That's when you make a true change. When you take responsibility and say, you know what, we all screw up. We all get conned, right?
Oh yeah.
There's no beating yourself up about it. But if you continue to do it, then it's basically on you. You know what I mean? You need to make that change. And when you make that change, it's going to be a freeing feeling. It will. And this is the thing, D, when you're on the hopium, right? It's like a drug. It is like a drug. So people feel high when they hear what they want to hear, right? That's the reality. The question is how long are you going to keep going for? Because in the end, it's going to be the longer you leave it, the harder it's going to get. And then when they start doing their little exit strategies, which they will, they'll all try, and then they'll try and backflip. That's the other one, D. That's a little tactic, right? Like I exposed.
Yeah, we just talked about that. Yeah, they'll
like
try
I
to
said,
work their way out of it.
Pay attention. Pay attention to what they start doing. You'll start seeing videos start being deleted in the background. So the videos that they were talking about, the med bets, you'll see, the RV, Nesara, Gesara, all that. They'll start deleting it in the background. And pay attention to their websites because you'll start seeing links missing. Okay, that's their little backflip. Okay, I know. Don't you worry. I've made sure I've got screenshots of their stuff. Don't you worry about that. Right. I never forget. Just like President Trump. Now you will start seeing this little business going on. Like I said about the scale of technology. Now they're going to try and do the flashy thing from Men in Black, and hopefully that you forget everything that they've been conning you with.
Right.
No. Don't forget. That's how they get away with it. And you don't want to enable them because they're going to create more victims. They don't stop. It stops with us. You know what I mean? We've got to make an effort now. Finished.
Yeah, we do. We have to make an effort, and people have to make an effort. And you had the perfect point. Don't, like I said, we've all been conned or made stupid mistakes, invested in something,
Yes.
without thinking or whatever. We've made mistakes with not only our money but our loyalty or our friendship or whatever. That comes in many different forms. Once you step back and realize you've done that, there is no shame in that.
That's
but
right.
if you continue to do it, you're right. Then you get what you deserve. You get what you deserve. align yourself with people who are telling the truth, right? And start to be critical of that. Make sure that they're doing the right thing, But you're right. You will free yourself. You will feel so much better. And because I'm telling you, when you're being conned, there's always a little part of you inside. There's this tiny little light that knows it, and you know it, but you don't want to admit it for whatever reason. I'm embarrassed. I'm in too deep. I've got friends there, my family, my job, whatever the reason is. But there's something inside of you that knows. Listen to that voice because it's right.
That's right.
Your intuition is your strongest guidance.
That's right. Now, another thing is you'll see that these entities as well. This is what you got to do. Are they able to prove whatever they're saying? Do a mental checklist in your head, right? Are they too busy selling products than, producing factual material? Because they are. That's what they do. They sit there and they talk about so much, advertising. It's ridiculous, Yeah. Let's talk about your health, or let's talk about buying olive oil, or let's talk about buying life insurance. Now, hold on a minute. If I want to go buy olive oil, if I want to go buy life insurance or whatever, I'll go and see a specialist. I won't come and see somebody that I'm going to get facts to do with truth. I'm not going to sit there. No. These people are bought and sold, and their main primary focus is making money. If they're sitting there advertising this and advertising that, okay, they're too busy focused on that. Now, you don't see us advertising any third-party stuff. The only thing we're advertising is what we do. That's it. That's investing in this platform, which everyone benefits from. That's what it is.
Right.
In the Nesara Institute, in the Freedom Channel broadcast, we basically are not talking about. So Dee's not saying, "Oh, let me just go and talk about baby oil." You know what I mean? That sort of thing. Or let me go and talk about Coco's dog food. You know what I mean? Buy this Coco's dog food. No. That's not going to be the case. You're going to get the real facts, evidence, and receipts here. You're not going to get bombarded with advertisements. I mean, I see this, RSBN. It's ridiculous. From what it was to what it is now, it's just like one massive infomercial. Dave, have you seen it?
Commercial. I haven't watched it in a while. So
forget about it.
I have no time very little time for television or broadcast.
So, that's the thing. So what you need to do, I'll get right down to it, mental checklist. Do they tick the boxes? What are they saying? Whatever they're saying, is it factual or is it based on thin air? If it's based on thin air, stop watching them. They can't prove a damn thing. You know what I mean, Dee? It's just ridiculous.
Yeah, you're absolutely correct. You're absolutely correct. And we get FC and I do this because we want to bring the truth to light. We make nothing. It cost us more to do. I know on my end for sure. And you make enough to cover the bases. So it's because we are passionate about bringing.
Do you want to know how much I got on Rumble? $30.
I don't want to know. That's sad.
I'm too embarrassed.
Yeah,
it's disgusting, guys.
It is sad.
So look, it is a sad state of affairs.
Through the sale of the books, which I get very little of that. You know what I'm saying? But whatever. But that's what keeps me being able to be here. And I know for you through your buy me a coffee and links and that kind of stuff, and people subscribing, that's how you're able to keep the lights on. And we appreciate. Look, I am so grateful. Every time that somebody buys a book, and it's not because I've made it. It's because I think, oh my gosh, somebody else out there's got Harvey's work, and I get emotional about it. So it makes me very happy to see. Okay, one more person will know the truth.
I'm not bullshitting you, Dave. $31.79. That's how much I made this month, guys, on Rumble.
Yeah.
After all the work and everything that I do, all the great content, that's how much I get paid. Honestly, you can't even.
No,
you can't do jack shit with that.
No, you can't.
Yeah. Honestly, it's ridiculous.
Yeah. So, well, y'all support us how you can, but we're going to keep coming back. We're gonna be back next week. I haven't decided exactly what we're going to look into, but we'll come up with a good game plan, and we'll have a great, interesting show for you.
Oh, we will. It was a pleasure, Dee. It was absolutely great to get back into the, shall we say, the driver's seat again.
Yes, good. I'm glad you're back from vacation. We missed you, and we.
It wasn't a vacation.
Well, whatever. Your little rest and time off. Let's call it that. But I'm looking forward to seeing what you got in store for us next week. So.
Oh, look, there's a lot going on, and I want to bring up about Madami and all these other things that I'm going to explain. It'll make perfect sense, and what's been going on with the economy on the pulse. So it'll be great content. We'll do some decoding. We'll do some exploring into, shall we say, things that I've been looking into. Mm-hmm. I was thinking, Dee, to make it interesting, because I love this show, and it's not just Harvey's work is amazing. So Harvey's work is taken, like I said to you, you've taken the torch. Mm-hmm. Harvey's given you the torch now. Now Harvey's work is taking a new breath. It's a new thing, and it's like it's got a new, shall we say, life. That's the way I see it, and it's relative to what is happening right now. Very important, very fundamental, guys. Like I said, President Trump put a statue of Dr. Harvey Barnard. He deserves it. Okay. Now, you think about this, Dee. Okay. What we're trying to do each and every day is to bring out the truth. That's all we're trying to do, right? Mm-hmm. Bring out the truth, bring out the facts, evidence, and receipts. Okay. That's what we do. And what I want to do is speak with you, and we want to do a, shall we say, decode together. How's that?
Oh, okay. That'll be fun.
Would you like that?
I would love that.
Who would like to see a decode with Dee and myself?
Yeah. I would love that.
Jane. Jane. When can we get Jane on?
I'm going to see if she's available next week, and we can bring her in for a little bit. She can't do. We're not going to do a marathon. We've been on for what, 4 hours now.
We killed.
We can bring her in and ask her a few questions and get her take on some things, and then that would be great. But yeah, if you want me to join you in a decode, I think that would be fun.
Well, it's going to be more of a financial decode. Okay. And we're going to do something that's going to be unbelievable. Like it's going to be relative to what's going on. Mm-hmm. We're going to look into the international, what do you call the settlement bank? What's it called? The Bank of International Settlements. Okay.
Yes.
There's a lot to that.
Okay.
Yeah, there's a lot to that.
Let's do it.
We're going to go into a different dark area of banking.
Okay. Hey, that sounds like fun.
Yes, it's going to be fun, Dee. I can tell you that much. Okay.
I always like learning.
We're going to push the limit here. Okay. Look, so I'm going to challenge you.
Okay. Sounds good.
Are you ready?
Great. I don't know. I'll step up to the plate.
Look, you never ever give in and say no.
No.
Hell no. That's it.
If I strike out, then that's it. But at least I got up to bat. So
that's it. Everyone's saying, bring it on.
Bring it on.
Bring it on. Right. And we may even do at one point a decoding to sneakers, that movie. I'd like to do that.
I love that movie. It's really good. And anybody who has never seen it, please just blow the dust off of it and watch it. You'll learn a lot from it. It's a great movie.
I've done a decode before on The Wizard of Oz, which is to do with, there's a lot to do with hidden things, what it really means, what that movie is all about. So people say, I was off to see The Wizard. No, there's The Wizard of Ounces. That's what it means. The Wizard of Ounces. And what are you doing with? Follow the yellow brick road, which is gold, and gold leads to the Emerald City, which is what? Fiat currency. Do you see how it all works?
Oh, yeah.
So that was all subliminal.
Okay.
It's all. This is why I'm going to take you to a different realm now, Dee.
That's going to be fun. Did you get the thing I sent you on Alice in Wonderland? Did you look at that?
Oh no, I'm going to look into that.
I sent you a video on Alice. It was very interesting. So we should look at that too. It was really good.
Oh look, there's a lot of
Little decode.
references in the Q drops to Alice in
I know.
Wonderland.
Yeah, that's
And
why I
then-
sent it. So.
Matrix, it connects to the Alice in Wonderland as well. And there's so many. And then Looking Glass, which is to do with Alice in Wonderland again.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Not the Captain Kyle bullshit that's in the Vatican. And oh, no, we took control of it. Yeah, where did you take control of it, Kyle? Did you go in there and see it being taken
Right.
control? Or you, I don't know. I honestly don't know. And
I
yeah,
don't know.
by the way, we can extend it one more time. Captain Kyle, okay, please come to the show.
Okay.
Let's
Right.
talk about it. I want to learn 3 languages in 3 hours. Thanks.
Right.
Okay.
Well, all joking aside, I will speak to anyone and give them a fair opportunity, and I will be respectful. Like I said, I've never been here to dissuade anybody's beliefs, strongly held convictions. However, I will need to see the proof.
Yes. And as I say, the
Never
proof is in the pudding.
Oh, that sounds good. Okay,
yes.
guys. Well, I'm heading out, and thank y'all for joining us this evening. We absolutely love y'all being here, and we will see you next week. Thanks, FC, and thank you to Carol and Soren. Always good job.
Awesome. Here. Thank you, guys.
right.
Love you.
All
Thank
right.
you, Carol and
Love
Soren.
you
I'm just
too.
going to say real quick, Carol
Yeah.
and Soren, love you guys. You're awesome. And also thank you to every one of you. Love you all. Thank you for your support, your lovely messages. Let's get back to it. Anyway,
Okay. All right.
cheers, love.